Welcome, guys. Week number 8 on the Cargill division, the 5PL, season number 4. I have a great commentary crew with me because we're in for a long session today. Michelle Matten, JB Rainsberger, and Megan Gallicano. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. And are you ready for 5 hours of bowling?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
Who doesn't want that? Yeah.
Oh, man.
I will say it's a heck of a lot easier out here given the later start for us.
Fair.
Yeah, it's 12:30 out here in Newfoundland, so the morning's
you got your morning in already. You're good to go.
Exactly.
I don't know. I already washed my car and gassed it up this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Who's on tap for today, Gary?
Yeah, you bet. So we got the Rock and Rollers versus the Carnage. Then Eclipse finally gets their second match of the season in play here against the Carnage. Then Eclipse versus Rock and Rollers, Misfits versus the Carnage, and then our makeup match from week number 5, I believe it is, the Eclipse versus the Thunder. So we're in for a big one here. The Carnage are in for a long day, the Eclipse are in for a long day, and the Rock and Rollers are going to have 7 matches in by the end of this week, and so will the Carnage. So they're going to be well into their season, kind of looking how their season's going to be shaping up and what they're going to need to do in the last few weeks of the season for them to get themselves a playoff spot. So exciting.
Yes, and in spite of wearing the more neutral garb today, I am definitely here in my capacity as a Rock and Rollers booster, and I'm expecting them to take an even bigger stranglehold on their lead in this division and then just sit back and watch everybody else try to catch them.
Yeah, for sure. So great point. Rock and Rollers are sitting first at the point after 5 matches. They are playing really well. They got obviously a play percentage in the 700s. They are well on their way to a playoff spot, but obviously with only 5 matches played, there's still 7 more for them. So today's going to be a big day for them, as well as the Carnage and the Eclipse just getting their season started, right? They need some big wins here. They unfortunately only got 1 point in their first week, so they'll be looking to rally here. Misfits are above playoff pace, so they're gonna want that win. And then the Thunder, because they had that little bit of a layoff due to their team issues, they're gonna need a win here today as well. So
yes, it'll be very interesting to see whether Misfits and Carnage can make a bit of ground today, close the gap a little bit on the top 3. They are off to good but not great starts. And the nice thing is that all it takes is a 7-1 or a 6-2, and all of a sudden they're like in much better position than they are now. I'm sure they'd be happy to be in the rarefied air of the top 2 spots rather than just sort of being barely in the playoff spot.
Yeah.
Where the Rock and Rollers have been,
right?
They've been making a name for themselves in the Schwartz division the past couple of years. So they're definitely trying to mark their territory here in a new division, and they seem to be off to a great start in this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting though to see what the Eclipse does, because they really haven't had a season at all. They've had that, like you said, that 1 game. So really it's going to be interesting. They've had some time to kind of work out things, and really get into their season.
And
it's going to be a fun 5 hours, so stick around. And
exactly. And how nice is it to see Les Rebelles up there already, to see a new team come in and really announce their presence with authority and be up there in second place this early in the season.
Yeah.
So it's very nice to see.
Yeah, for sure. Well, with that all being said, we should bring in some managers here. So obviously we have a Cargill native here. We have Jeff Wilson from the Carnage. And Shane Chafe, apparently just coming over the Schwartz division to kick Cargill's butt is what we're kind of getting from this chat right now.
Hey, I mean, I don't disagree.
Be careful. Be careful waking up the bear, right?
yeah, for sure. So obviously today's a big day for you guys. This is your mid-season for both teams. You're both going to be at 7 matches by the end of today. How is the team feeling? I know both of you are on playoff pace already. Like obviously we were just saying, the Rock and Rollers are obviously leading division. Carnage, you guys are above 500. So this mid-season is going to be a big make or break for you guys to solidify what's going on in the last half of your season. So with that all being said, Shane, for the Rock and Rollers, you guys have had a heavy spread here the last 2 weeks. How's the team feeling? Obviously playing really well.
Yeah, no, we're happy with our start. Like we're 4-1, 750 or 760 win percentage, whatever that is. And I mean, I think that's the clip that we're aiming to keep. That's probably a first round bye clip. So that's kind of where where we're looking. I think that it's 2 big matches. You got 2 good teams. And teams that are right behind us in the standings. And again, I know we got 7 games in. Some teams will only have 5, but based on that win percentage, you want to kind of keep that pace. So, we've done it the last couple of years where we know what we need. So I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Jeff, with the Carnage, you guys are obviously above the playoff pace at the moment as well. And you have 3 heavy matches today. Team feelings going into this week, and how are you feeling with the team?
Yeah, I think our team's really excited and ready to go for today. It's like you said, it's an important day for us, and but I think the team's good, and we've got everybody here, so we're really looking forward to getting started here.
Perfect. I know that we're going to have lots of banter during the match, and you both are fairly fast playing teams, so we're going to catch up this time easily in this first hour. But Shane, with that being said, what's your team's lineup for this first match?
Yeah, we got Brandon Tibbs leading off, Courtney Lucas second, Mitchell Williams, then myself, Brad Glenn is 5th, and we got Smitty and Katie Wells on our bench.
Perfect. And Jeff for the Carnage.
Yeah, we're going to go with Kelsey, and then Bobby, Robbie, Mark, and then Brad, and we've got Derek and Tracy sitting on the bench.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to both of you, and have a great start to the 5-hour day.
All right.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck,
See you
guys.
guys in a bit.
Alrighty. You guys ready for this?
Well, I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Yeah,
right.
like the Rock and Rollers, obviously, last week they had 3 matches, just kind of solidifying where they're at. They went 2-1 last week. And the Carnage, they had a little bit of a rough start to the season, then they came on real strong in their last 2 matches. So both these teams are kind of playing what we're kind of hoping the whole season kind of looks like. So I think we're going to see some fireworks today. Like Mark and Brad at the bottom have been playing unreal. Kelsey's been solid at the top for Carnage. And we know all the Rock and Roll, like Shane's averaging 327.
27, yeah.
This is massive bowling going on.
Well, these teams are both just strange teams. Like when they get on a roll, it is very hard to stop them, and the strikes just keep coming and coming and coming. So I totally agree. I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks out of this one.
Yeah, it's a little strange to think of Rock and Rollers as having stumbled to a 750 winning percentage after their very hot start. 14 out of 16 will make them almost look untouchable if it weren't for the Rebels nipping at their heels.
Yeah.
Right now.
Mm-hmm. I think that's just going to speak volumes to not only the Cargill division, but the whole 5PL, that there's so much parity across the whole league. You might have some teams that have dog seasons, but you're going to have teams that really, they're probably having seasons of their lives, but it's only at 750. It's not like they're destroying the field, right? They're all tough matches. Like some of the Rock and Rollers wins have been under 2 balls, right? That's the who can clutch up at the end and throw the strike when needed to get the team the 6-2 or the 7-1 win, right?
And it's a good reminder that a lot of the time the result in the match is as much. I mean, at this level, the result in the match is as much about timing and luck as it is about strong performances. I mean, almost everyone's going to bowl really well. That goes without saying. But does your 290 match up against their 274 or their 318? That's a thing you can't control.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Well, even the match the Rock and Rollers had against the Rebels last week, it was, neck and neck right up until the 8th and 9th frame. And the Rebels had a solid 9th frame and ran away in 10. But up until that point, it was neck and neck, and anybody could have taken anything. So like you're saying, it just goes to show that it's all about timing. It's all about throwing that one shot when it matters and capitalizing on those moments.
Yeah, for as much as this, like we're playing across the country right at the moment, across the internet, some players don't even watch the match. They're just throwing their game. Like it's still for the viewer, it's like, oh, it's ball for ball. Like we're watching literally a live match between these two teams. It feels like they're on the lane right beside each other because this is how close the match always comes down to it, right?
Yeah.
And I always find that interesting too. You know, obviously, I haven't had a chance to play in any of these matches. I've only been in it as a viewer, but I'm always curious about who are the ones who are watching their opponents and who are the ones who just want to, stick in their headphones and not pay attention and just throw their ball. I know that one of the things that I've really learned about myself as a player in the last few years is that I need to be distracted. I'm very much from the Dexter Wiseman. Do anything except think about bowling school, except for the time when I actually have a ball in my hand. And so I kind of envy the people who can watch what everybody else is doing and have that not affect their mental approach.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I know for me, I like to just concentrate and be in my own game, do what I need to do. But there are people that, like when I was with Trash Pandas, Bandits, any of them, they like to have that screen up so they could see what was happening in the matches, so they could know where they're at in the game, what's happening, and it just gave them like a Curtis, for example, Curtis Deering, he would watch the match and he likes to know where he's at, what he needs, what's going on, and it just kind of drives him, right? So it is very interesting.
And I find that statement a bit strange because, the nature of bowling is that there's no defense. You're always just trying to do the same thing every single time. I'm not sure that I need my opponent's performance to drive me. I kind of feel like if I can't drive myself, then what am I doing?
Yeah. And I think that's where it's all personal, right? And what does it for you and what you need in that match at that time, and everybody's different, right?
Just to give a little clarity on even stats here. So like the Rock and Rollers team is averaging 267, and right now the Carnage are averaging 266. So it is
Yeah. Yes. And it really is. This is something that, now that we have a few seasons worth of data to look through, it would be very interesting to start charting things like what really is the correlation between, say, team average and match points? Because it feels very random. But of course, I don't think anyone sat down and really tried to figure out, is a 15-pin difference in team average likely to lead to a 5-3 result more often than 4-4? These are the kinds of things that kinds of questions we can now start answering. Whereas for now, we can just marvel at the fact that two teams that are essentially scoring the same don't have the same match play record.
Well, unfortunately for the Rock and Rollers, they're not scoring the same as the Carnage in this first frame beginning. A little bit of a rough start for the Rock and Rollers, but as we were talking about in our little lead up, when they get on a roll, they rock and they roll. So that's what they're definitely going to be looking to do, rallying here in the second frame. Because the Carnage are off to quite a good start. Kelsey with a double to start and a few other marks on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, especially that first match of the day, everybody's got to kind of get those, like, get into the groove of the game, and sometimes that can take a frame.
Absolutely. Do you find that you perform better in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening? Because I always think about that, team is bowling really early in the day versus a team who's already had half of the day. Is it a benefit to start early? Is it a benefit to wait and play in the afternoon? What are your guys' thoughts?
I think it depends, like, if you've been bowling, so let's say in this kind of scenario where, maybe you've already done 2 matches and you're going into a third one and then you're bowling against somebody and it's their first match, right? You've kind of had that opportunity to get into the groove, work out any, like, if there's a little bit of nerves there, if there's a little bit of, warming up kind of a thing, you've kind of gotten into that where now it's just like at the Open where somebody's got to buy the very first game of the day and every other team got to play, right? I feel like you're at a little bit of a disadvantage going into that next game where it's your first and everybody else is on their second. So I like to kind of get in there so at the beginning with everybody else, so that you're kind of on even playing field.
I know for
Fair.
me, I've fallen into a pattern where I warm up really loose. I feel relaxed. I'm throwing really good balls during warm up. And then as soon as an 8-game shift starts, I get off to absolutely terrible starts, miss the middle 4 out of 5. I don't think it's nerves in the sense of anxiety over not performing well, but I think there's just something that happens when the scoring system goes on. And I'm not quite as ready for it as I'd like to be. It's a little bit like in baseball. You have some starting pitchers who have trouble in the first inning. And sometimes they're told, hey, warm up for an extra 12 minutes in the bullpen before the game and pretend you've already thrown the first inning. I mean, you can try to play tricks, but I haven't really quite understood what it is about the situation that makes me get off to a bad start and then settle in and feel good. So I would definitely, I would probably rather start on the bench, or I would rather be in the situation where we've already had a match in, and then I'll feel a lot more comfortable. And now
I'm definitely more of like I would like, if I'm going to bowl a shift, I'll typically select an afternoon shift over a morning shift. I know, especially as I get older, but with injuries abound, it takes me a little bit longer to get things moving. So given the extra little bit of time to get all of those joints moving, that would definitely be my preference. And coming in Newfoundland, obviously we're starting here at 12:30 in the afternoon. That would definitely be a benefit for me. So hoping that it's a benefit for the Rock and Rollers. Brandon celebrating his first strike and first middle hit.
his first what he feels like was a decent ball. Rob did give a little bit back in the second ball in the second frame. And good news, bad news for Rock and Rollers that the top 2 positions did the same in the second, but were on open frames, so it didn't really matter. They got those second and third frames in the right sequence, and now all of a sudden 4 in a row for Rock and Rollers, and the head start that they've let the Carnage off to, they've closed that right away. Kelsey unfortunately couldn't really jump on that double, so we are looking pretty much even now going into the second quarter of this match.
Yeah,
Shane
gave them a little bit of what's to ya after he threw the double, and his team
he
was
did.
slacking.
He did.
Are you people going to warm up or what?
No, I think something that's often overlooked is as bowlers, we're thinking about, if we 5-bag out or we 6-bag out, and it doesn't ever actually take that. You know what I mean? All you need to do is put a few marks in a row, and those marks add up so fast. So I think we end up putting so much pressure on ourselves thinking, oh my goodness, we have no choice but to throw a ton of strikes, when in reality it's just keep getting those marks, because they will add up so fast. And hopefully that's what the Rock and Rollers are hoping to do here. I mean, they had 5 strikes in a row and are hoping to throw a few counts, a few marks on that, and get some points added up on the board, because as you were saying, JB, just those couple of marks and we're basically even.
And just to give you a picture of how deep the rivalry between Brad Glynn and Shane Chafe goes, Shane just had to catch up to Brad in missing the left corner pins here. So Brad can at least look over and say, well, I eventually got mine. Now this is where we need the mics on the lane so we can hear them chirping at each other, as we know for sure they're going to do, especially if Brad throws a bomb right here. Now he can look back and say, hey, what's the problem here?
Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
This is a family-friendly show. We're not miking those two up.
Yeah, I suppose that would be wise.
Right. Gotta watch out. I've even heard Diane Violini say bad things on the lane. So.
As we like to say, we use the entire English language here.
Yes.
All right. Well, through 3, we're looking at 258 for Rock and Rollers with 3 strikes up, so something closer to about 300. And over on the right side, 3 spares so far and a strike up, pending Brad's frame here. So Carnage are going to have about a 2 to 3 ball lead through 3. We've seen lots of matches that were even after 6 that had differences of well over 100 by the end. So all you can do is stay tuned.
Yeah, isn't that right? Tough split for Brad there.
And talking about, you never really need to shoot 5, 6 in a row off the sheet. Even just thinking about the difference in how bowlers tend to feel about, 190 and 5 and shooting 295, or 95 and 5 and shooting 295. I mean,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter when those 5 frames happen, as long as they happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I think again it just plays to that like mentality. Obviously, I want to finish out with 6 strikes in a row because
Yes.
of course I do.
Yeah.
But I think it's just we put so much pressure on ourselves thinking that that's what we have to do. Oh my gosh, we have to throw
Yeah.
more strikes. But just keep getting those spares. Joke all you want, pinners are winners, but
Yeah.
those marks are, you're not going to be able to throw a strike every single frame. So you keep
No.
getting those marks and you're going to be bowling just fine.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is a
absolutely.
minimize the mistakes kind of game. That's it. Minimize the mistakes, recover quickly, move on. That's the nature of this game.
Great half.
Yeah, Kelsey's been super solid. They're 4 straight marks. Obviously, Brandon with the double up top, trying to
Mm-hmm.
squeeze back some of those pins
Yeah.
that he gave away in the first 2 frames there. But
And Kelsey's a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
She's got 4 marks in a row. She
Mhm.
capitalized on that spare in 3 when it was a miss and could have turned into a
Mhm.
not so great frame, a not so great count. And she's sitting 93 and 3 and another mark. So she's laughing at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I ask a kid what's the highest game you can score without a triple, they're shocked. They're
Yeah.
shocked to find out that that's 352. You can
Yeah.
shoot a 352 without a triple. That's a pretty good game. If
Yeah.
I told you you could have 309 in the 9th, after 9 in every game, would you be happy with that? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, calm down. The 3rd strike is fun, but it's not necessary.
No. No, and you're right. It's what are you focusing on, right? If you're focusing on, oh, well, I haven't had a triple. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Right? It's your ball in the hand, and what are you going to do with it? Like, what's the best thing you can do in this moment?
So here's a good little teaching moment. I know I'm guilty of this one. Shane just threw an absolute rocket, if everybody saw that, and it blew through, and that corner pin danced. Really
Yeah.
easy to get worked up and like, oh
Mhm.
my goodness, that was a strike. I should have had this strike.
Yeah.
This is so silly. And you end up missing the spare. So what turns into what you thought was a strike frame is now a complete,
Yeah, now
it's not serving any solid purpose, right? So in
Yeah.
that moment, Shane could have got really worked up, or he's
Mhm.
like, okay, like I got to make this spare. And that's exactly what he went and did.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what makes, I'm not a fan of using the word professional as code for responsible. But one thing that I think that really separates the elite players from the rest,
Sorry.
that's a good looking head pin right there.
And then Ace is on the other side.
Exactly. Good looking head pin right there from Brad. Just got a little extra. One thing that really separates the elite players from the rest is that feeling of, well, okay, that's what happened.
Mhm.
That's what happened. The ball almost hit the corner pin. Almost.
Yeah.
All right. Brad's going to be, we're going to take Brad down to lane 3 and work on left corner pins for a couple of hours. That's 1 for 3 now.
Oh dear.
Shane's 1 for 2 on the left. So I don't know what's going on there. Sorry, 0 for 2. Those are not numbers you expect from the bottom there.
No.
It's a good thing they're not doing push-ups. Although we know between the two of them which one of those would survive the push-ups better. It's not Shane.
The teams are definitely keeping these matches nice and close going into the 5th frame. That's for sure.
Yes. We need someone to just put their hand past the camera briefly to let it refocus. But we now are looking at with the strike. I was about to say a much closer match than it looks now. Carnage have taken about a 2-ball lead, even with the strikes and spares up for Rock and Rollers.
Mhm.
But as we've seen, close after 6, and then one team pulls away. So I'm really curious. The standard question is, who's going to enjoy the mid-match break more?
Yeah.
At this point, Carnage are hoping to maybe gain some momentum.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fortunate.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
a crispy one. Yeah.
Fortunate bounce and a great shot.
Yeah.
Can't force it if you drop it.
Take a moment there as you saw Tracy Smith coming right up to high five Kelsey.
Yeah.
She is such a solid pit player. She's always
Oh,
behind
yeah.
every single person.
Yeah.
I know there was a prime example a couple of years ago. I believe it was at the TPC, and there were 2 perfect game attempts by 2 very young bowlers.
Yeah.
And she was behind both of them in the 10th frame. She wasn't even bowling with them. She made her way over and was there to show her support. And I absolutely love that from her as a teammate.
Yeah, she is absolutely, for women, one of the most supportive bowlers, and even just like you said with other teammates. But I know with women, she is always there. She's always like cheering everybody on, making sure that they do the best, are there to talk things through, help people out. Like, very, very amazing person.
And especially in an event like this where, you're really not actually physically playing with anybody. You can't feed off that energy. You don't have the same level of, noise and physical support. Those are moments that you really need that support to be able to, push that team towards this win when you're playing against your invisible opponent.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Carnage all of a sudden putting together 5.
Yeah.
And really stretching their lead forward. Yeah, I finally got a chance to see one of these matches up close and personal in Winnipeg recently. And we had, there was a little bit of an entourage behind the team. So there were maybe at some point about 15 of us there, including the bowlers at Polo Park. And so there was a little bit of noise, but it really is not the same experience you get at a team tournament.
No, not at all. That's it. A lot of teams are saying, like, when there's tournaments going on at the same time, they really like, because the atmosphere seems a little more open centric, a little bit closer to that team mentality, right? Absolutely. But when you're there and by yourself, that's where you see teams dig a little bit deeper, and they maybe throw on the music, or they find some way to create energy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it can be deafening, the silence when you're in that lane and there's nobody else around, and every ball is so loud, and
it seems magnified, right?
Yeah.
Yes. As soon as the team gets off to a bit of a slow start or has a bit of a lull, then you really do need a couple of people who are kind of designated as the energy providers in that moment. Because otherwise it can get real uncomfortable real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. So as we get into our commercial break here, we got 5:04 for the Rock and Rollers, three strikes working, and 5:18 for the Carnage. So real close. They got 3 strikes working and a little extra spare. Perfect.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Thanks very much, sponsors, for supporting this program. If you can hear my voice, please try to do one little thing at some point today to help one of these sponsors spread the message. So they can get some more value back from their sponsorship dollars, which we appreciate very much.
Yeah, without our sponsors, like, this league still doesn't happen, right? They and very much thank you to the title sponsor Venom Industrial for stepping up and getting the league named after them. And Rhonda's been a huge supporter of bowling in general, and for her to step up and not only sponsor her own team out of the Fraser Valley, to step up and sponsor 26 teams essentially across the country. Pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
All right, the way Brandon came off the lanes there made it look like maybe he's going to take a break. We've lost the camera, so we're not sure.
Yeah.
But yes, Katie Wells is now going to take over for Brandon Tibbs, the number 6 spot, starting at the second ball of his frame, which she's just thrown. What a luxury it is to have someone on the bench that you feel comfortable taking Brandon Tibbs out for when all he's done is punch twice in a row. This really just speaks volumes about the depths of this Rock and Rollers team.
Yeah.
The depths of many of the teams, most all teams in the league.
Yeah.
Kelsey has given the number 1 spot the first break by a single pin spare.
Those single pins are tough.
Apparently so.
Yeah, good push from Courtney.
Courtney has now, after that left corner in 4, she's thrown essentially the same ball twice and got a better reaction on that left corner pin both times. So she might be playing a little bit with fire, but again, double left corner spare, double left corner spare. That's going to win a lot of matches.
Looks like Bobby's waiting for a reset of his pins.
Yes.
Yeah, that corner pin unfortunately didn't fall, but the machine registered it.
Machine was like, yeah, Bobby, you deserve a strike on that one.
Mitchell with another really nice shot. Mitchell gets such great extension out through the shot. He really does seem to be the type who stumbles occasionally physically, and that leads to a stray ball here and there. But when it's all working together, it really is one of the smoothest approaches you'll see on tour.
Oh, it's a beautiful ball. Beautiful ball.
All of a sudden, we've got another big line of strikes. Brad can jump on top of this, then Rock and Rollers will have closed the gap and even moved ahead.
Brad actually throws another really beautiful ball with beautiful extension and a ton of reaction, which is what was needed right there. Really heavy hit, but got to carry that corner pin.
Yes, I think his is one of the follow-throughs that needs to go in the textbook. Not just because it is demonstrative, but it's consistent. It's not just that he throws his arm up as far as it will go, but his finish position looks virtually identical every time.
Beautiful shot from Rob there as well.
Yeah. The Carnage isn't stepping back at all.
No, indeed.
No. It's kind of neat to see. Like, we were saying that this was going to be a fast-paced match. You have the Rock and Rollers. Even though they have Mitch and Brad who are a little more methodical on the lane, they're still quick to deliver the ball. The rest of the team is super quick. And then you got the Carnage that are a little more methodical, I would say, out of kind of pretty much all the teams that play in the 5PL. But they're up there. They take their 2 seconds and then they go, right? So it creates such a quick, nice, easygoing pace. Obviously, we're seeing a little discrepancy here, but the Rock and Rollers threw 4 strikes in a row, so that quickens the pace really fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Rock and Rollers are also counting 3 doubles at the moment, so big couple of frames for them.
Yeah. Looking for a little gainers here on the Carnage, but the Carnage still putting up 4 marks. They have 1 double working as themselves, so giving up a little bit in frame 6 after the commercial break. You kind of see the Rock and Rollers come out a little bit hot after Tibbs gets replaced by Katie there, and then Carnage just keep doing what they've been doing.
And sometimes that's all you need. Is you just need a little change of scenery, a little bit of a switch up, and sometimes a pole can be just for that reason. You know, breathe a little bit of life in, a little bit of confidence, and change the momentum of the team.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure, but I assume with Mendez scoring that double is not counting for 45 on the right side. So add 15 to the total right now to get a picture of where they are in relation to the score that Steltronic is showing. I'm trying to remember if that's the way we need to count. I haven't done the arithmetic yet to double check that, but that's usually...
Yeah, it's counting all points already thrown.
Oh, so it is counting that double as 45 and not 30?
Yeah, so you would have the 30 count in 5, the 15 count in 6 already added in.
It is. All right.
Yeah.
And no predictive scoring.
No predictive.
Right.
Yeah.
What an interesting system, though.
Yeah. The in Paris, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
And the one that was in Grébert until they just upgraded to Steltronic in the last little while. Very eager to see what that looks like when we go back there in May.
Yeah.
So now we are more or less even. We're within a ball. It's really going to come down to Shane and Brad's 7th frame here. Rob, of course, has something to say about that. And count on the spare in the 4th spot from Mark Miller.
You know, Robbie fixed his strike open frame pattern that he had going with that last double. So
yes. Oh, and Mitchell with
a
good
dancing
ball
little
that was
left
not
pin.
quite there.
Or as the
It's going for everybody else, he's thinking.
Pins, as the Newfoundlanders call their corner pins, and
pins. Yeah.
It's interesting to watch Mark and Brad today on the Carnage because they have had such strong seasons, and this would be considered maybe like a little bit of a struggle for them to see if they'll be able to pull it out in the second half of this game.
If there's any bowlers that can do it, it is the 2 of them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mark is actually one of my favorite bowlers to watch. His delivery, his execution, everything about it is so smooth. An absolute pleasure to watch.
There's a big bomb from Shane to take advantage of that double. Yeah, I mean, Brad has been right there. He has not struck. He's got a little bit of everything else. Mark has been a little bit more all over the place, but his misses certainly haven't been particularly big. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was just me, but I could have sworn that Rob had that spare.
Yeah, it just
it was
by.
there.
Yeah. I was a little surprised too.
Fortunate miss by Brad. Doesn't take as much advantage of that double as he could. Mark is now wondering where that ball was last frame. That was what I meant to do.
This game's an easy game.
Yeah. Just throw the ball, get some strikes.
And a good example of the difference, just throwing the same ball twice, and one of them he finished and the other one he didn't. And the one he didn't finish was a miss, and the one he finished was directly in the right pocket. And it's a difference really of what, 15, 20 millimeters?
Yeah, not much. So 1 double each for the teams here.
Going into the 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's also a prime example of, I mean, we were just saying that we could consider, Mark and Brad up until the 5th frame, a bit of a struggle from them.
Mhm.
That's also a time where you have to have that like mental endurance to be like,
Yeah.
okay, we only have a couple more frames to pull this out. I need to figure some things out, right? It's
Yep.
really easy to start over analyzing and trying to overcorrect. But sometimes it's just as easy to like strip it back down to basics. And I mean, Mark had a perfect ball. It was barely even out of his hand, and he was already celebrating, like, yep, that's the one right there. And a big confidence boost for him going into these last couple of frames.
Yeah.
Really nice right pocket hit from Katie right there. And for the top 3, when you see 4 and 5 not scoring, and one of them spraying the ball around a bit, I mean, it's hard not to put a little bit of extra pressure on yourself and say, well, I guess this is one of those matches where I need to do something. And
100%.
that feeling of being over responsible, I mean, that it does, all it takes is 2 out of the 3 to have that thought. And that's all of a sudden where the other side just blows past you. As everyone is worried too much about trying to be the hero instead of just playing their game.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Rock and Rollers are just steadily extending their lead. Nothing flashy yet. No big long strings of strikes, but just keeping it black and getting good counts.
I was going to say, I was wondering. I was going to say, I had to think that maybe Jeff's thinking about maybe pulling Bobby. He seems to be struggling a little bit. And when you've got Derek and Tracy on the bench, right?
Yeah, so Derek Dobbs will come in here, ball 2 of frame 8. And immediately...
Oh my goodness, and he almost spared it.
That's the advantage of throwing the hook at the left side.
Yeah.
What a way to come in off the bench.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would have been a beautiful start.
Yeah.
As it was, 2 shots right at it.
Derek's
Shane
had
trying to
quite
run
a
a shot
bit
out
of
and not
in
quite
this
getting
past
there.
season as well. He's had a lot of great results in the past season at some cash tours. I believe he made the open team, did quite well there as well. Big season in the past year or so for Derek Dobbs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Derek, coming out of the central region in Alberta, was kind of a staple in his later youth challenge years and his early open years, but has made himself a player in Calgary zone for sure in Alberta here.
Do you have another move?
Tracy
in for Rob, maybe, or?
Yep, Tracy's in for Rob.
All right. So now we have Carnage with an opportunity to keep themselves close. They're really relying on Brad to come up big on that double.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're really going to.
Rock and Rollers have now started to make their move.
Yeah, like we were saying before, the Rock and Rollers, sometimes they take a minute to get started, but once they get started, it is very hard to stop them. And I think that's why they've been such a strong force in this league since they started playing. I believe they've made the playoffs every single year. And it's largely for performances like what they're putting up right now.
Yeah, they get that momentum going, and it's just really hard to stop them.
Well, and the big thing with Rock and Rollers is, right now they're doing it like a cobra, just squeezing the life out of you a little bit at a time. They can do that in addition to Tibbs throwing 6 in a row, Brad throwing 6 in a row, Shane throwing 6 in a row, and suddenly you don't even know what happened. And it's really hard to go up against a team that can do both of those things.
Oh, the little look over the shoulder.
But the Carnage are definitely not going away. They put up a huge bottom there, and they're within a ball of Rock and Roller.
All of a sudden, this is effectively a tied match.
Yeah.
And so as it often does, it's going to come down to 9 and 10. And Kelsey really wants to get herself back on the middle and feeling good going into 10.
I say this all the time, but for a game that has such a vast array of scores, it is mind-boggling to me how so many matches come down to a ball or a pin or a handful of pins. It almost needs to be studied. Like, how is it possible? This is
where the difference between 5-pin and 10-pin really becomes apparent. I mean, 10 pins often feels a little bit like curling did 25 years ago, where once you get off to a lead, you can keep it because both sides are just going to strike forever. But in 5-pin, a head pin destroys your score, and you know it's coming. You know it's coming. That's the thing that really makes you not. It's very hard to run away and hide because one head pin is the difference of 67 pins.
Yeah.
How many times did you have visions of a 370 and you looked up at the end and it's 318? You wonder what happened.
Yeah. That's why you have to explain to the kids, you know, getting all those pins on the lane, like even if you're, you know, getting 15s, how many times have you seen games lost by just a few pins, right? And making them understand that every shot that they're throwing is going to be really important.
It's a good example there. Mitchell rushing that shot. The arm didn't get the invitation.
Tracy.
Oh, great shot from Tracy. Another absolutely incredible bowler. She's a great teammate, obviously, but an incredible bowler. Illustrious career from her thus far.
There we go.
Little freeze frame there for y'all.
Yeah. So this is really going to be the setup of the match right here. Beautiful ball.
Oh, that's
absolutely beautiful.
Just saw it as soon as it left his hand.
And this is why I have such joy watching Mark bowl. You can see before the ball has even left his hand, you can see what it's going to do. It's just so smooth, so well executed. It's phenomenal to watch.
Oh, someone at the bottom spared left corner. Marvelous work.
Oh, and
well,
that's just on a little tear there.
They call him Carnage for a reason.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely.
Oh, ham bone.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting 10th frame.
Yeah, huge 9th frame for Carnage, and Rock and Rollers is right in there.
What a big shot from Brad Glynn. We're accustomed to saying that. We've said that a few times, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Big shot from Brad Glynn. Now as we go into 10.
This is what makes this league, but 5-pin bowling in general, so exciting. It does almost always come down to
the
those
last
final
frame.
few balls. I get asked so many times, like, how is bowling exciting? Bowling, really? Bowling.
It's exciting.
And then non-bowlers come and see a tournament and they're like, my goodness, this is unreal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I did the arithmetic, and those two doubles are only counting for 30. So right now, that's 1048 on Carnage's side.
Okay.
Big big spare from Katie there.
Yeah.
Especially in response to that head pin.
100%. The match has still gone to Kelsey in that first line, but huge for points overall.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes,
Great way of coming in off the bench for Katie there.
So now we are looking at a 28-pin lead for Rock and Rollers, but two doubles for Carnage to Rock and Rollers 1.
Oh, yeah. Nice shot by Derek there.
And while this second match is going to Courtney and the Rock and Rollers, the other matches are all still quite close.
Yeah.
Yes, that bottom match really is going to be quite an interesting swing, because even though there's a 26-pin difference with doubles, things change quickly. Read that first ball in 10.
100%.
Is going to decide not only that match, but the totals, I'm sure. Oh, and a big count there. Those 8 more are going to come in handy.
Yeah, and I think she's thankful for that as well. As she let go of it, she was definitely hoping that it touched the head pin, and fortunately it did.
Very nice ball there.
Huge finish for Derek.
Absolutely. What a way to come in.
Yeah.
What a way to come in.
So 474 to 450 after the first 2. Which really means some big.
Just a great shot by Tracy.
And there's the shot he needed to deliver when he needed to deliver it. Thanking himself for keeping it together just long enough. You just need to focus for the 10 seconds it takes to deliver the ball. Then your mind can do whatever it wants. 269 to 245 maximum here. Tracy
And a
is the champion.
necessary strike from Mitchell in that moment,
Absolutely.
since
Especially after
Tracy's
two
strike
touches.
has now pushed their match ahead.
Mhm.
Big ball from Tracy coming.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, just
Oh, and a huge
Yeah.
shot. And without even finishing, another great way to come in off the bench for
Yeah.
Tracy.
Absolutely. And that is a win in the third spot, 254 already in the third spot. So 2-1 Carnage going into the bottom two. And we're literally going to be less than 15 pins apart.
yeah, keeping it exciting.
Oh,
Oh, great!
Oh, it
finish.
went anyway.
Oh god, I love a slow moving.
Will those two be the difference? Let's find out.
And I
11-7
finished it with a ham bone.
Yeah,
Nice.
Carnage serving up some ham.
Yeah.
Big shot here from Shane, and that
Oh
is
no.
devastating. So Shane now has 292 to finish. Mark can pick his pocket right here with a big count. Doesn't even need a strike.
Oh.
Oh.
That ball looked a lot better
Yeah.
than what he just got there for
Yeah.
sure.
And now we have 293 to 292 here.
Yeah. Here's where pins are important.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Pins are important.
Oh,
Oh.
Shane making it a little easier for Mark here. Mark needs this spare, and I'm not sure he got
And
it. No, he did.
it. Yeah, solid on there.
All right.
No problem.
Looks like
So now
Shane
we
is
also
checking the score there
Yeah.
to see what it is that he needs.
How about 291 to 290? Corner pin and the 5 here. All right.
Oh, and solid
That'll do
shot
it.
by Mark.
Wow.
And that's really
Wow,
unfortunate. Shane will be thinking about what he did. That's really
Yeah.
unfortunate. And a good reminder that you cannot control the sequence. The head pin on a spare is absolutely devastating in a situation like this, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
But huge finish by Mark. Like, what a great second half there.
At this point now, Brad is hoping to
The Brads.
get one extra.
Brads.
Yes,
Battle of
Lynn is
Brads.
looking to get one extra point to salvage things. It doesn't look like Rock and Rollers are going to be able to take those team match points. So
Nice half by Brad.
Securing team points right there.
Mhm.
So is this Rock and Rollers only their second match loss of the season?
Correct.
Yes, Shane said they were 4-1 going in. So
Mm-hmm.
all
No.
big,
Huge shot.
absolutely. And so now Brad can max out at 278, 276.
1303, right? Or 1288. Oh, it was counting.
Yes.
Oh, so they
So-
still have.
Yes, there is in fact a shot here. I
Yeah.
was premature. So down 47. Corner pin's not enough. Oh wait, no, they only have
No, they
30. They only
Yeah.
have 30,
30 left. Yeah.
45. They can use 1286.
Oh, that's
So they
crazy.
can't put anything in the 8th frame now. And would you believe the second shot by Shane in 10 could have tied the match?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously you can find those two anywhere, but we're always going to look in the last place we shot.
Yeah.
So
That
yeah,
strike
that's-
though takes the bottom line for the Rock and Rollers.
Yes, absolutely. So it'll be 6-2.
Yeah.
And a good reminder that those 3 points doesn't take much.
Yeah.
4
Wow.
pins to 3 points.
That's why team total's so
1284,
necessary.
1288. Yeah.
That's intense. All right.
Well, that was quite a finish.
A 6-2 win for the Carnage. We'll wait for our managers to get settled in here before we bring them in.
And how nice for Carnage to have 2 45s, a 30, and a 28 and 10 to push that game across the finish line.
Yeah. Amazing finish. We knew this was going to be close the whole way, right?
Mhm.
Makes sense. We'll
Yeah.
bring in our managers here, bring our beautiful faces back in. So Mr. Jeff Wilson from the Carnage and Shane from Rock and Rollers. 4 pins worth 3 points, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a match! Yeah, great job.
Wow.
I think I'm still shaking a little bit here. So it was a heck of a finish.
Yeah, seesaw match, obviously. Carnage obviously getting up a little early in the match there. Rock and Rollers had a slow start, but it balanced out to the commercial break. And then, it was a battle back and forth all the way right till pretty much the last bowler in 10. Amazing match, guys.
Yeah, we've had, well, that's our third close match, and we've been on the opposite side the first two. So happy with that win, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's always satisfying when your substitutions pull through like that in ways.
Yeah, what a way to come in.
Absolutely.
Make you look like you made exactly the right
Yeah.
decisions. And
Yeah.
leave the other side wondering if maybe they left some cards on the table.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy decision as to when to make the pull, but obviously it looked like the right decision.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky, I guess.
Well, I think they were the right decisions and they worked out. It's nice when those two.
Yeah.
Right.
So Shane, obviously you guys have an hour break here. Any plans for the team to reset and get ready for your next match of the day?
No, I don't think so. We'll take the hour now and just get ready for our next match. Like I said, we're still,
for
still,
sure.
still in a good place. Slow start kind of hurt us. So, I think the inability to get triples early. I think we missed our first 5 doubles. So that's really the difference of the game there. So, but we'll be ready.
And as commentary was saying, maybe practice your left corners.
Yeah, a little mental left corner practice.
Spares don't win games.
Or just don't throw them.
Spares don't win games. Yeah,
Spares don't win games. Don't start that foolishness.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
Those
well, we'll
two
let
left
you...
corner pins you missed, though, was the difference between the 4 pins of the match, though. So
Yeah, the 4 doubles that we missed.
Well, forget even the spares. Just picking up the corners on the third ball.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll let you guys go. Obviously, Jeff, we'll bring you up. You guys have a match against the Eclipse right away.
All right.
So
See you shortly.
Good luck, guys.
Give me a break, folks.
See you.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
right, we're here
All
for
right.
match number 2 of the 5 today. We have one manager sitting in the back. Another manager, I think, is pretty close to being ready. We'll bring him in anyways. So Jeff from the Carnage, and hopefully Natalie is there. We have a black screen. Natalie, can you hear us?
I'm
That
gonna
is a
say
negative.
no.
Oh, there.
There you go. Hey, Natalie.
Welcome.
Hey.
It's Kyle's fault.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
Had his
yeah.
camera closed. Yeah. It's always
Always
Kyle's
thinking.
fault. Yeah.
So before we jump into what's going on here, the Eclipse, obviously you guys have only had one match out of 7 weeks. So you guys are just getting your season kind of rocking and rolling here. How is the team feeling?
Good, I think. We're a little short-handed today. We're down to 6 players. Bradford's out. Trevor's bowling master's right beside us here. But we've got good team cohesion and everybody's excited to get going. Nice to have
Amazing.
3 games today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get some of those matches in, and everybody's playing hot. Then it doesn't really matter that you're missing Chris
Exactly.
Bradford. Like, who's Chris
Yeah.
Bradford? Like, Jeff, obviously team's feeling good after that big win against the Rock and Rollers. Any insight? Are you going to make any line changes? What's going on with that?
Yeah, we're switching things up a little bit, and bringing in, Curtis. We're going to bring him in. He was sitting on the bench completely last game, so we'll bring him in. But yeah, everybody's super excited, and it's coming down a little bit, but we'll keep that energy positive. So
Amazing. So Natalie, your lineup for the Eclipse?
Yeah, so we'll be starting with Matt at leadoff, Mike, Bailey, Lindsay, and Kyle to bring it home. So looking for some good games out of our bottom 3. Momentum there, and then Debbie will be coming off the bench.
Perfect. And Jeff, Carnage's lineup for this one?
yeah, we're going to go Kelsey, Curtis, and then Tracy, followed by Mark and then Brad. We'll have Bobby and Derek coming off the bench, and then Rob's cheerleading this game. So.
No worries. Always somebody has to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Right. I can't be the only one, right?
No, exactly. Your nerves were shot enough last game. I'm sure you need a little.
You're
little
right,
support.
totally.
Yeah, how's the shaking?
Yeah.
It's calmed down a bit. The adrenaline's still going a bit. So
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're sure we're going to see another big match here. Best of luck to both teams, and good luck.
Good luck,
Good luck,
everybody.
guys.
Have fun, folks.
All right. As I was reminded, we didn't hit the rosters for the last one. So here's the roster for the Eclipse. Go ahead.
All right, so introducing the Okanagan Eclipse, we have Bailey Lawson, Chris Bradford in spirit, Trevor Wokalski, Mike Elder, Matthew Griffin, Debbie Ely, Kyle Wong, Lindsay Christensen, managed by Natalie Young, bowling out of Lincoln Lanes. Thanks very much for supporting the team.
Perfect. And the
All
Carnage.
For Carnage, we have Curtis Kaplan, Kelsey Wilton, Tracy Smith, Brad Wilton, Bobby Kite, Rob Wolfson, Derek Dobbs, Mark Miller, and manager Jeff Wilson, bowling out of Calgary at Toppler Bowl.
Amazing. We just had there we go. And now we got their score sheet up. We're ready to go.
Right on.
Match 205, guys.
Yeah.
We're
Plugging
flying.
It doesn't. It just feels like bowling to me.
Yep.
Slight miss to the right for Matthew to start. So I don't know if I've actually seen the Eclipse bowl yet. Certainly not this much up close and personal.
No.
What should I know about these folks?
That's a
Yeah,
really good question.
They've been in the league right from the start, the Eclipse.
Yeah.
The team's seen some transition from other players. Obviously, we're seeing the Kyle Young addition all the way from Winnipeg. Him and Natalie moved out there. Been super solid. They made 2 out of 3 playoff attempts. And we have some new faces, like Matthew Griffin's a new face. Lindsay Christensen's a new face. Kyle Young is a new face.
Wow.
Some staples on the team is obviously Bailey and Mike Elder, right? They they've been on the team right from the beginning. And Chris Bradford, but unfortunately, we won't be seeing him today.
Yeah, a lot of fantastic and experienced bowlers bowling in BC and bowling at Lincoln. Love seeing Lincoln highlighted. I spent a lot of my childhood there as well and have a really soft spot for there.
The thing about this Eclipse team is travel is a big part of their team. They're traveling 2-3 hours to get to play in the 5PL due to the BC geography. So it's great to see these players committed to their team that much, right?
No, and congratulations to 5PL for creating such a compelling competitive environment that motivates players to be willing to make that kind of sacrifice in order to be part. That's it's a fantastic. That's a great sign of really what the 5-Pin Pro League has grown into over its first few years of existence.
Yeah. Yeah. A little tough start for Curtis there.
Yes.
He didn't get to play it all last game, so he's finding his groove here.
Those first frame jitters.
Yeah.
Yes. Bailey restoring order. Not something I would be accustomed to saying, but okay. We did get a chance to see just the tiniest glimpse of Bailey during that pregame interview.
Yes. Yeah. Little bomb.
We've seen more of Bailey than we have the cat so far, which is kind of surprising.
Obviously, like they were saying, they have Debbie on the bench, Debbie Ely, obviously a big staple in BC ladies bowling, and to join this team was I think a big addition.
100%.
It's nice to see her. Yeah.
Yes, it really does seem like when you maybe names don't jump off the page as much in the Eclipse roster, but then when you look at who these players really are, it seems like a lot of veteran presence, a lot of experience, and not just the we've been around for a long time experience, but the kinds of players who maybe because you don't get to see them as often out on tour or they're not top of mind, they could easily fly under the radar. But this is quite a strong team. I'm pleased to see how they perform here today.
I think it's also important to highlight BC is similar to Ontario in a way that there's so many zones and so much there's so many bowlers that you don't often get to see a lot of faces like repeat at nationals. So you might not be quite as familiar with them because there's so many zones competing for a spot at nationals.
And they're spread out so far that it would be very easy to miss some folks. If you're not in the big cities, then you might forget that they're there, but they haven't gone. Right? They're just not in the huge cities.
Yeah. Sorry, we did miss a couple of strikes there on the Carnage side that were a little.
Yes.
Like Tracy, I'm pretty sure she didn't think that was going down, and I don't think.
Oh, and there's a perfect example right there. But yeah, exactly. I think we're all right with you there, Kelsey. That was a strike.
Yeah.
Except that the band on that 3-pin had a different idea.
Yeah.
This is really where we start. I really start wanting to see GoPros up in the pin deck.
Yeah. The easy pick for Kelsey.
Don't worry, Carrie. That's just an interesting statement and not meant to be something that goes on your to-do list.
Oh no, trust me.
I'm not trying to create work for you.
You should see the message I get. Oh, can we add a third? Can we add a fourth camera? How about the teams make sure that their 2 cameras work really, really well before we add anything else?
I'm a big fan of that. Let's walk comfortably first, shall we? There's a nice.
Oh, great shot.
Nice comeback shot from Curtis right there. No doubt about that one. And maybe we're about to see Carnage get on a bit of a roll here.
Looking at these lineups, I just love how inclusive the bowling community is. I mean, Kelsey was a transplant from BC into Alberta. Kyle's a transplant from Manitoba into BC. It's so cool that it doesn't matter where you go. I mean, speaking from experience, I'm a transplant from BC into Newfoundland, and being able to ingrain yourself in the community is so cool and what I love so much about the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've really had a chance to have that experience over the last couple of months myself. I spent a week in Winnipeg before Autumn Open. I spent a week in Winnipeg before Manitoba Open. And I have some ties to Manitoba, having lived in Dauphin for a couple of years, 15 years ago. But I mean, that's practically ancient history by now. How seamlessly I fit into the Winnipeg bowling community, it was a real surprise to me. I mean, in a sense, it wasn't. I kind of expected it, but you never. There's a big difference between it should be like this and they're actually doing it for me. I mean, it really does. It's very heartwarming to feel such a part of the community so quickly. And so now, we're figuring out ways to spend a little bit more time out there in 2025, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, the Carnage right now are not out for like warm and fuzzies
Wow.
at the moment.
No, they are
here
not.
to absolutely demolish, and they have continued their hot finish from the last match and are absolutely on fire here to start match 2.
Oh, beautiful shot right there from Lindsay. Yeah, this is when the specious narratives come out, and we can talk about how the Carnage are riding their momentum from having a huge finish to such a close match, blah, 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 blah. Or it's just, they feel good right now and they rattled off 8 strikes.
Maybe Jeff was like, hey guys, can you guys like not do 4 points next time? That would be great.
Right.
I feel really good if you guys would just like, you don't need to keep it close. That'd be awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
My nerves.
You have a boring 9th frame, please.
I don't know if I can do that a second time. Although, like he was saying, it was nice for it to go in their direction this time, where the last 2 times they were unfortunately on the other side of the very small.
Very nice ball right there, Kelsey. And we're as guilty of it as the bowlers are, right? We didn't really think much of, we kind of brushed off those 2 missed left corner pins early on. And again, not even necessarily just missing the strike, but missing the corner pin of the 3rd ball. And there's really no excuse for that. And yet that was the difference in the match. That alone could have been the difference in the match.
Yeah.
Well, the Eclipse are not trying to they're not prepared to let Carnage completely run away with this.
Nope, they are.
Spare here.
Yeah, great couple of strikes at the end of that second frame there for the Eclipse.
Quite even after 3. Again, Mendez scoring, so that really is 245 over on the right side right now instead of 200. And
oops.
I don't know if Curtis is just taking a little while to warm up. Looked quite quick on that one. He's been a bit too hard to keep up with the rest of his team. That's our job.
It could be as simple as he hasn't thrown a ball yet while the rest of his teammates did last game.
Yeah. And it is different from like, even if you can practice during matches, it's not the same as being inside the match. Right.
Yeah, like you want to be there with your team while they're throwing those balls.
Yeah.
Be there with the team if you're 4 lanes down throwing warm-up balls.
Yeah.
Well, Bailey and Tracy now are going to have quite a lot to say about their team's fortunes early on here. Very nice ball on both sides.
Oh, great.
Perfect left pockets for both.
And that's 7 strikes in a row from Tracy.
Yeah, that just goes to show you why she is in the Hall of Fame, right? So many reasons.
It's wrong to call that boring, but it's absolutely the right kind of boring. It's just, the kind of thing that you look at it after she's finished the 8 or 9 or 10 in a row and marvel at it. But while it's happening, it's ordinary.
Yep.
Tracy. It can seem a bit unfair to her, but I hope she knows, and I hope the viewers know out there that is a sign of respect and not not being blasé about the whole thing.
No.
This is what we've come to know.
And a pair of matching head pins, head pin 3s, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
4th line.
Unfortunate to both sides, but hurts Carnage a bit more. And so now we will see where we are heading after 3. It looks like Carnage are going to be up around 50. Kyle Young was responsible for one of the most amazing things I've ever seen live in a bowling center. When in the middle of a three-game total pin match, he started with an 825 double.
Oh, geez.
Just he could not miss for about an hour. And it was the first time I ever saw a three-game total pin match. That was where the loser almost conceded after 2 games.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember the exact scores, but I'm pretty sure Kyle was up about 250.
That's crazy.
Maybe more. And it was just, if it were me, I would want to throw one ball in the third game just to say that I did and then shake hands. But Kyle absolutely has that very Nolan Ryan-esque, very simple mechanics, and he can just, if he gets on a roll, he can just do that what seems like forever.
I love that we just made a baseball reference and that Kyle's being compared to Nolan Ryan. I love this.
Simple mechanics repeated perfectly.
Yeah.
And I mean, Nolan Ryan was kind of a big deal, so
he was the very definition of how it looked. Amazing to think that he and Tom Seaver pitched for the same team. It's too much. Back to bowling. Kelsey has now stepped on the gas and is really leading this Carnage team to an early lead. Very good chance that Carnage are going to be up 100 after 4.
And Kelsey is one of my favorite people to watch come off the lane. Like when she gets like just a bomb and she comes off and she's just so fierce and she's just in there.
Absolutely.
And I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
And it's really nice to see somebody with that energy who doesn't throw the ball hard. I know a lot of those really effective leadoff bowlers tend to be quick in every aspect of the game. They're quick to throw the ball. They throw hard. They have lots of energy coming off. But there's something almost scarier about someone who throws a nice medium speed ball and then comes off like she knew there was nothing to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carnage is just busy serving up ham. That's back-to-back ham bones from Tracy.
Yeah.
Ham bone from the team. A potential ham bone here from Brad.
Oh, commentators.
Boo!
Sorry, I missed those ham bones, guys. I was working on the cameras and for Eclipse, and all these ham bones are flying around.
Gotcha. It takes a village.
Oh, but good cover.
Once again,
thanks for making me look good,
fair
Brad.
for Carnage, 2 frames out of 4. I mean, forget about 4 marks. If you're going to throw 4 strikes a frame, I like your chances.
Yeah.
So this kind of speaking volumes of what you guys were saying in that first match is like, would you rather have a match under your belt? Carnage are clearly the match under the belt, and they're playing a very, very much stronger start to this game as compared to their first match of the day.
Yeah. And yet not running away with
step ladders. Team step ladder events can be so interesting. I mean, single step ladders as well, but team especially because, you know, obviously you want to play less games. It gives you greater odds of winning, but so often the step ladder plays to the running team because, you know, they've already warmed up. They've just had a win under their belts. Like, it's not even they just had a good game. They had a win under their belts.
Yeah, you got that momentum going.
Yeah, 100%. It's almost why it's necessary to have a double life situation because like the team that's coming and running up has just won matches, played well. Like you need that second opportunity in case you come in cold.
Absolutely. And you know, in a team it's different certainly between singles and a team. In a singles environment, it really boils down to your emotional regulation and how well your body is warmed up. But in a team situation where your commitment to the other people in that team is so important. The only way, yes, we love each other and we know we love each other, but you see it expressed in the performance. It's even more important for the team to have that chance to throw those balls together so that they get that feeling back, loaded into their brains and have it fresh in their mind. And it's absolutely transformative. And Kyle with just another boring, beautiful strike. Absolutely, he really exemplifies the right kind of boring. He and Brad have that in common. That it's just, it doesn't look like much, but they each repeat it so precisely that it's a marvel to see. And quietly, Bailey and Tracy have both started very well. So we will see how many more of those they can put up there. And it's always fun when they do it against each other.
Yeah.
Another shot that goes for Kelsey. The strike zone's
able
a
to see
mile
too
wide.
much of Bailey's ham bone just because we've been having a few camera troubles.
Yeah.
But another ham bone.
Yeah.
Just ham everywhere, guys. It's the holidays.
And Tyler's right. Like this Carnage, what Carnage is showing, this is the team that we know this is what they're capable of every time, right? Like they're just so when they're in it, like they can just go in and just absolutely slaughter. Look at that.
There we go.
These,
That was not going to go, and then it went.
and then it went.
So quietly now, Eclipse have dug themselves quite a hole. Certainly Bailey and Kyle have tried to keep them afloat, but we're now looking at being 150 down going into the break. If they can put some strikes up, Bailey is... It's unfortunate to think that Bailey's going to throw a pressure shot in the 5th frame, but both for his match and for the team, this is going to be a big shot on that double.
And poor Tracy with the head pin, her first open frame in, what is that now? 8?
That was 8 strikes in a row since she came
Wow.
off the bench. So one open frame and all of that.
Wow.
We see in the comments she's been practicing a lot, and clearly her hard work is showing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, eight strikes in 9 attempts.
Yeah.
Pretty phenomenal.
That's just the accuracy, the smoothness kind of goes without saying, but there, that tiny bit of what happens right at the end, she seems to have it absolutely right now.
And Bailey doesn't want her to feel bad, so he throws a head pin too.
That is very bad news for the Eclipse. Kyle is going to need to double up here, and all they can do now is hope that the break does them good.
Yeah. Well, not going to get away with that one, Mark.
It's a little bit too much speed carried into that.
And a big count for Bailey there. I know the head pin is unfortunate, but in those moments, those counts are huge, and now it's put him ahead of the match.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, and again, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Yeah,
there's
something
else to do except throw the next ball.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's definitely something that we really need to focus on more. I know we joke, throw strikes, but those head pins are going to show up. They're going to show up on strikes. You got to get those counts. I know just from personal experience, I lost a master singles stepladder match because I didn't get a count on a head pin.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure we've all had matches like that where missing the 3 pin on the second ball was half the difference or the whole difference in the match. All right. Kyle, happy with that. A corner pin when you miss the middle is nice. One of the advantages to his high speed is carrying more of that, and this is easy.
Amazing. So and 650 for the Carnage, 2 doubles working, 4 marks total, to 532 for the Eclipse. 2 strikes and a spare working, so pretty big advantage for the Carnage at the moment, but 5 more frames to play.
Absolutely.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
I do have a quick question for you guys. Do you guys like that we kept that little snippet of Tyler Titkat's commercial?
Obsessed.
I love it. Just that tiny sliver.
Just a little glimpse. Just a little glimpse. He's forever in our hearts.
Whenever I get to see little Tyler, it just makes my heart warm.
He's gonna hate that. I'm gonna receive so many messages about that. I was supposed to fix it, but I decided to leave it.
I'm glad you left it.
I think the threat of Tyler every so often is a good thing. Oh, Kelsey. Oh,
did you say a bad word?
Audible.
Kelsey used the entire English language. Very nice. Well, let's see. It's okay. We can't hear you. You're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
That's right.
It was the hand over the mouth that gave it away.
Yeah. And there you go. Fist bump.
Yep.
All right, and now a little bit of maybe a little bit of waking up in the leadoff spot over on the Eclipse side. They are 101 back in that match, and that's now it's your job in that spot to just stay with your matchmate as much as you can and get as much as you can for the bottom.
Yeah, and this is kind of maybe a little detriment to the Eclipse. Is like Natalie was saying, they're a little short-handed, so making a sub up there, that's their only sub, right? So
yeah, so you have to place it really carefully.
Yeah.
And maybe the only good news in that situation is that it does make the decision simpler in the sense that rather than trying to figure out whether to pull someone out to save a match, just take whoever is struggling to score, take them out, take your best chance at getting towards the team total, and go from there. In a way, it kind of simplifies things.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there isn't so much any more strategy in it. It's just like put the best total up there you can.
Exactly. And right now, that is what they need. I mean, maybe it's a little early to start thinking about trying to just maximize the 3 individual points and steal 3 out of 8. Yes, they're behind. Yes, it's tough. No, it's not over yet.
And she's like, look, I held that follow through and it just happened for me.
In the textbook, and there's a nice bit of good luck there. The ball just nicking the corner pin as it goes by. Lindsay, quietly look at that strike, punch, punch, strike, strike.
Yeah.
bowling well. It just doesn't yet have a lot to show for it. That's the kind of match where you look up in 2 frames and all of a sudden she's in the lead.
Yeah.
And no 300 game that today, at least not 1030s. Thinking back to that 825, I think I think it was 21 strikes in those 2 games, and I'm pretty sure it was 2 punches. I think he missed once.
Yeah.
It was unreal, honestly. Unreal to watch.
So both teams have come back out of this commercial break just firing.
Yeah, 2 doubles. So those are offsetting. I think that if the Eclipse are going to make the move, now's the time to make it. Jump on those doubles and hope that Carnage can't. And that's really just going to decide the direction of the rest of this match.
Oh.
But Kelsey can't miss.
No.
She might never miss again. And she's got a bunch of heavy hits on both pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, that could easily be a bunch of corner pins. And she's just getting exactly the right balance. So ride it while you got it.
No, for sure.
Mike here with a chance to put some pressure.
Yep.
On it. I don't know if Curtis is finally feeling like he's in the match here.
Well, after those couple of frames it took for him to warm up, he seems to be absolutely
that was
fire.
sick.
Okay, now I think he's relaxed.
I'm awake now, guys. Hand bump.
I was gonna say, if that doesn't relax you, then I'm not sure what will. I think that might have been the exhale that he was looking for, and now I do not like Eclipse's chances from here.
No.
Carnage looks like they are ready to just run away and hide.
Yeah.
I think they're doing the exact opposite of hiding, though. They're here to stay. They're loud and proud, and they're showing off right now.
They're like, look at what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yet another high hit.
As I saw in the chat, this is the Carnage the league's been waiting for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it reminds me of what I said about rock and rollers earlier in the broadcast about them being able to both suffocate you by gradually just beating you and string strikes to run away from you. Carnage can do both, and they are doing both right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're giving the Eclipse absolutely nothing.
Indeed, and now Bailey having punched twice, Kyle having punched. This is big trouble. Matthew and Mike are really going to need to push their matches across the finish line and give the Eclipse a chance of walking out here with something more. And Lindsay as well. I mean,
Lindsay with the turkey there, that's nice.
Yes.
Yeah. I think at this point, like obviously you're still trying to win matches, you're still trying in this team total, but the Eclipse has a 3-game heavy day as well, right? So they're probably looking to mitigate a little damage and find something for those next 2 matches.
Yeah.
Right? Like not much you can do, right? There's no defense in bowling. The Carnage are playing super strong.
Yeah.
So find something. Maybe you can steal some points. You never know. Maybe get close in frame 10 and get a chance at team total. But you're really looking forward to the whole day now.
Yep. Take that
and
momentum.
Really, in the Eclipse's place, you really have to be careful to have a mindset more of we still have a chance, we're still in this, nothing's over, without falling prey to thinking like, well, we have to get started now, and it has to happen now, and if we don't get started, it'll be too late. That kind of scarcity-based thinking is the death of your performance in this game.
Oh,
As Brad has all of a sudden given them a little bit of an opening. It's not much, but hey, that's this game. Take advantage of every mistake the opposition makes.
There you go.
It might not be much as a team opening, but with the bomb that Kyle just threw, it's giving him a chance to kind of build his way back into that bottom match.
And it's very nice of Brad to make Shane and Brad Glynn feel a little less bad about their corner pins. That's the kind of sporting attitude that we're accustomed to in the bowling family. but not from Kelsey.
God. Kelsey's like,
Kelsey's just going to kill you.
yeah.
Matt throws his too.
Yeah, that first
Both
match
going,
was
so.
fantastic. One little misstep, and it could get very interesting. But we do have ourselves a high game alert. We got 388 coming in the top spot from Kelsey Wilton. Let's see how close to that she can get.
And Mike's like, yeah.
Mike now throwing strikes like it's nothing.
He's like,
Ham
well,
bone.
here's
Oh,
my
home.
ham bone.
Boom.
Oh.
And there's the oh.
Curtis.
Oh.
I feel like he might have just tried to curse the gods there, or
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. He's looking for the Yahtzee.
I'm not sure anyone up there threw the ball.
I don't know. You ask any NFL player, I'm sure there is. Curtis is a
Bailey
big
now
football
Bailey.
guy, so it makes sense.
This is very interesting now, and that middle match that looked like maybe it was going to be the highest scoring. Now all of a sudden, both sides not quite scoring the way they were in the first half.
Yeah.
Bailey really needs to just keep it together and keep throwing the ball. Don't panic. He still has a 290 game up there. There's lots of ways for Tracy not to make it to 290. You never know.
Tracy's been living in the pocket.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Just like
Another
that.
one of those high shots.
Yeah.
And if she's going to get reactions like that, then yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to push this over the finish line easy. And there's no urgency in Tracy's game right now. I mean, I know that she had
No.
2 back corners on high hits, but if the high hits are even going half the time, there's nothing to change.
No. And there's a beautiful shot by
Oh.
Mark.
Smooth.
Yeah.
It's just butter.
Yeah.
And maybe this is one of the toughest positions to be in, is to feel like you have got yourself back into the match. and
Little
then
yacht.
go over it to feel like you're
Oh,
beautiful.
no, that's a ham bone. Sorry.
And then to
I got
feel
it.
like your opponent is not giving you that one more break you need.
Yeah. And Lindsay's like, I'm in this match.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she
The
clawed
Eclipse
her-
are like,
clawed her way
I'm in
back.
this match. That's a ton
Yeah.
of strikes coming from them. There's
Absolutely.
2 4-baggers on the board.
Yeah.
So a
Kyle
reminder to
with an
viewers to
absolute
add.
no doubter.
But 4 doubles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess
Reminder to
technically
viewers.
5 doubles. 5 doubles, just 4 of strikes and 2 of head.
Add 15 on the right-hand side of the total for that double for Kelsey. And this is all of a sudden threatening to
Makes
get
it
very close.
interesting. Yep.
So yeah,
Like we said, the
11:32
thing
to
about throwing
9:52.
just a couple of marks together, things can change so quickly, right?
Mhm.
Obviously, Carnage, they have a little bit of a cushion right now, and they're going to be looking to keep building on that.
Yeah.
You never want to play like, don't mess it up, but all they're hoping is to keep throwing some marks while the Eclipse battle back.
That one was a little too
Ooh.
high.
Commentators curse. No.
No, as there is no such thing. Kelsey was playing with fire and she finally got burned. What you can't blame because when you are high in the pocket and the pins are going, there's no
Yeah.
reason to change anything, but you know that eventually that's going to stop. And that's fine. That's how this game works. It's certainly nothing she did wrong.
No.
It just happened to be the 9th frame is when the ball was 3 millimeters too high.
The double's working here for the Eclipse, right? Like
Yeah.
This is
that's one thing that the 5PL has kind of shadowed or kind of put in the forefront is how big
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
100%.
And it reminds me again back to baseball when the bases are loaded, who's in trouble, the hitter or the pitcher? Nice ball by Mike. Oh, could have been
Yeah.
so better. The pitcher's the one in trouble, not the hitter. There's no pressure on the hitter. It's never going to be easier. It's the same with a double. The ball in your hand is worth 3 times the normal points. It's never going to be easier than right here.
Oof.
And that's the attitude that it just surprises me when I keep seeing people, especially
Ooh. Oh, miss.
those who are kind of in the 180 to 220 range, who as soon as there's a double up there, they get nervous. And
Yeah.
it's the exact opposite. The ball is never going to be more valuable. a mistake is not going to hurt you less than it is now.
Yeah.
Well, Mike with an unfortunate wide open. And
That's
that
a very close match.
now is down to half a ball. So
Yeah.
the number 2 spot is going to come down to the 10th frame.
Mm-hmm.
And just unfortunate that Eclipse are not taking full advantage of their position here. 4 and 5 really do need to jump on top.
Oh, Bailey.
Bailey.
Got the magnet on the ball right now. Keep going. And a
Tracy's
rare
like, Tracy's like, I'm just going to stay right the hell away from that head pin.
Bailey with a very unfortunate miss, but hey, again, on an open frame. It ain't nothing but 5. It's fine. Go on.
Yeah.
This is the big shot here. If Tracy's high on the head pin here and doesn't carry the spare, then it gets very interesting. Oh, or misses them completely.
Still, big lead for her.
Going to be up as many as 40 going into the 10th. So
this was a big opportunity that is missed by the Eclipse, unfortunately, with the Carnage opening in 9. This would have been a great opportunity for the Eclipse to like get those marks in the 9th frame and give them a real shot in the 10th.
Lindsay and Kyle,
Lindsay and Kyle are definitely going to be working for that.
For sure.
There's one. All right, well, now in a position to pick the pockets for 3.
Mark answers back with another strike.
Beautiful shot.
3 feels like a lot more than 2 in this kind of situation for the Eclipse.
Yeah.
There we are.
He had no doubt about that one.
Yeah.
The ball was not even out of his hand, and he was already finger pointing.
Okay.
Oh!
Naughty left 3 pin standing in the wrong spot.
That just looked like the ball decided to deflect right behind the pin.
Yeah.
Something that's so interesting with this game, it's literally a game of millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When you try to explain to someone what we do, we throw a ball at some sticks 60 feet away, and we have to hit within a target of a couple of inches.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually mind-boggling to think. And when a ball is even just a millimeter in the wrong spot, it does things exactly like that.
Yeah.
Carnage with a 117 pin lead, but down a double going into 10. Kelsey's back and high.
Back,
and so as long as she doesn't hit the head pin dead center, she can't miss.
And there was a lot of fire behind that shot from Kelsey.
Yeah.
She came back with some fire under her.
Somebody actually suggested it to me, and I finally sat down and did the trigonometry. And when you let go of the ball, the difference between missing right and missing left is less than a half a degree of arc.
Wow.
That's it. Half a degree.
That's insane.
Like, how is it even possible that we're anywhere near this accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Still a
it's
great
going
game.
to come down to the 4th and 5th spots right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mark is going to have to help the Eclipse out, and Lindsay and Kyle are really going to have to drive across the finish line. It's going to have to be. Those are needed. Ooh. There you go. Who needs balance? It's fine. Now, when you fall and still win by almost 100, that's
Yeah.
that's maybe taking advantage a little bit. But great work in that first spot to literally down 101 after 5 and clawing back to be within 80.
Yeah.
And
great
it's
shot.
easy now.
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
Guaranteed strike after missing the right corner pin spare. And again, you can feel pressure in this situation, or you can just say to yourself, well, there's nothing I can do. If the other person shuts me out, I couldn't have caught them. So all I need to do is throw the ball.
Mm-hmm.
For me, Curtis is in the better position. He can't lose this. He can only win it. Perfect
Ooh.
example.
Yeah.
And so now prime opportunity to pick their pocket. Could we have 266 to 265?
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh.
Don't pick the 3-pin. There we go. Convincing win by a massive 4.
Wow.
6. Well, unfortunate that right corner in 9, that missed spare hurt their chances for the team totals. It's not over yet. They're not out, but they've been handed their hat. What does Bailey have right here? 45 would be huge. There's the side.
There it is.
All right, keep going. The job's not yet done. 1301 right now on the right side for Carnage.
Oh, we got freeze up.
Right?
It looks
Oh,
good though.
ball.
Yeah.
I knew it was at least a corner pin.
Yeah, I was like, where the ball was, that looked like it was
Yeah.
pretty solid.
I'll just refresh their screen. Hopefully fix that.
Tracy really taking some of the work away from the bottom. And they go up there and whatever little bit of gnawing concern they might have about finishing out their matches, I think melt away now.
Yeah.
You know, we talk an awful lot about how the 4 and 5 bowlers carry the load and are the leaders of the team, but they're also not literal machines. We need big performances in 2 and 3 to set the stage so that 4 and 5 can occasionally breathe it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know about you, but it looked like Tracy's been a bit of a machine today. Every ball was
Absolutely.
absolute beauty.
The miss in 9, I don't even know how that happened.
Right? Like, you might as well just say it didn't.
Right.
Okay. Still CJ there, superstar mama. Yeah, I know she's there cheering on her mom right now.
Another beautiful shot from Lindsay. Look at that sheet, those 2 punches. Again, we've been talking about it all day about the, don't get ahead of yourself. How many times have you seen somebody punch 4 times in one game and then shoot 370 right after?
Yeah.
Why not do it in the same game? A couple of punches, 328, no big deal. Left side? Yeah.
Yeah, she is
Beauty.
just throwing-
Both pockets are open.
Yeah.
Lindsay is not going to want to stop, and fortunately for her,
No.
she doesn't have to.
She can take that right on to the next game.
Absolutely. So that does literally cement the team total for Carnage now. Well,
Oh,
that's,
great.
Woo!
certainly more than
What a
306.
great.
Double hams.
Yeah.
Fantastic match.
Yeah, great bowling by Lindsay.
Yeah. And Mark's just right there.
Yeah. You'll be seeing that 7th frame in his nightmares.
Yeah.
And that's another interesting aspect of the mental game is sort of feeling like, okay, I was that close
Yeah.
without beating yourself up about it. Oh, if I had even just spared in 7, I would have been right there. Which, you can take that as a hopeful thought or you can take that as a critical thought. I encourage you to take it as a hopeful thought. That's good news for next time.
Well, so much of it still comes down to timing. I mean, Mark has a huge game here on the board, and
Yeah.
still after the first ball in 10 had no shots of the point. So at that juncture, like, you're just focused on getting every pin that you can, still throw it on the bottom, and you did everything that you can. You threw well, you did everything you could, and it just didn't play out in your favor.
Yeah. So now we have a 306 max for Kyle. And Brad.
And he was a little bit of a
was right
slow
there.
start to Eclipse, an absolutely massive game from them.
Oh,
Oh.
well, that's very interesting right there.
Never mind.
Oh.
Yep. 12
Wow.
count for tie. Brad Wilton with a chance to pick Kyle's pocket right here.
Yep.
This is 5 for sure.
Oh my!
Oh!
Well.
Wow.
Wow.
Win by 4,
Wow.
lose by 4. You have to love it.
Wow.
Win by
That-
4 twice. So lose by 4 twice. That is very tough.
Amazing.
Well,
What a
that
match.
has to feel great for the Okanagan Eclipse. To walk
Yeah.
away with 3 points, they got to feel like they won that match.
Yeah.
Well, they threw
Yes.
exceptional. They have a 1365 on the board
Yeah.
and loss total. There's not a whole lot else you can do with that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Wow.
sure 1365 is going to win about 55% of your matches,
Yeah.
maybe more.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Okay, we will bring in our managers here. So 5-3 win for the Carnage over the Eclipse. Bringing our beautiful faces here again. From the Carnage, Mr. Jeff Wilson. And Natalie, we've got her in the room. We'll wait for her. She can come in any moment. Jeff, 5-3 win.
Yeah, you know what? Great no quit on the Eclipse there. Phenomenal job and just sticking in and coming through to the end. Great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing last half for the Eclipse. I know it was looking a little dire there coming up to the commercial break, but just showing the dig that Eclipse has and what we were kind of expecting right off the bat. But first match of the day for the Eclipse, the guys came out a little slow and then figured it all out. Made for an exciting ending.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it was at the commercial. I did sort of, everybody was a little tentative, a little nervous in the front half. So I just said, like, breathe, no rush, and fight for that finish and extension. And they just like all buckled down, right? And just grind it out no matter what.
Yeah.
So, you know, with what was happening against us, a bit of a pain train, I'm happy to take 3 for that, you know. It's a big
Yeah.
3. It's a big 3.
Well, and the age-old question about pinners or winners versus just throw strikes. How nice is it to win one match by just throwing strikes and to win 2 matches by 4 each by pinning?
Well, and I literally said to them at the end of it, that's why wood matters. Like I always say, wood wins tournaments and the rest of it. It's what happens between the strikes, right? So, yeah,
Yeah,
just your
good job.
strike or miss whiff. Yeah, let's not do that again.
And Jeff, obviously, Carnage is still coming away with a win. You guys had a strong start, held off the Eclipse storm that came at you guys. They had an 8-bagger in there, a couple ham bones coming down the line. Obviously, you guys have a bit of a break now. You have an hour till your next match.
Yep.
Team's got to be feeling good. 2 wins. Keep going up.
Yeah, I think-
500
yeah,
500
the,
is looking far way
Great
away
bowling.
now.
Yeah. Everybody's really positive right now, and you know the energy's great. So I'm going to keep that up. I'm going to blame Nickelback for us slowing down a little bit. We've got some music in the background, and that's why Curtis was giving the fingers to the ceiling. Was Nickelback was on the radio?
I
We slowed down a
thought it
little
was
bit,
us.
so.
I thought it was us. It's Nickelback.
We thought he was like cursing the bowling gods.
Yeah.
No, it was Nickelback.
Nickelback. Good.
Those Alberta boys could stay home.
Right.
Absolutely reasonable reaction. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Well, amazing. We'll let you guys go. Natalie, obviously, we'll see you in a few minutes. Jeff, we'll see you in an hour.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All right. See ya.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Well, I don't know about you, but that was the quietest near 11 bagger I think I've ever seen.
Fair. Well, match number 3 of the day. We have Eclipse versus the Rock and Rollers. Let's bring them right straight in. So, Natalie from the Eclipse and Shane from the Rock and Rollers, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Both a match in. Teams ready. Teams are hot.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Perfect. Shane, you guys had an hour break. Did you have to listen to any of Brad's insane stories, or what was happening on that hour there?
I mean, he definitely told some insane stories, but no one listened. It just background
This is a
noise.
big enough place you can get away from each other, right? So that's good.
Just blended in. It was great.
Amazing. Obviously, we've talked to you guys a bit now, but we might as well get straight into it. What's the Eclipse lineup looking like?
We're going to put Debbie in to start us off this time. So Debbie, Mike, Bailey, Lindsay, Kyle. So just change at the top.
Amazing. And Shane, Rock and Rollers.
Yeah, I'm leading off, and then we're going to go with Courtney and Katie, 2 and 3, Brad and 4, Smitty and 5, and we'll have Brandon Tibbs and Mitchell on our bench.
Amazing. A bit of a shakeup. Looking forward to seeing you lead off again, Shane. It was surprising to see you play. Yeah, horrible, like ridiculous.
I take my time. I'm slow, so I mean it's a lead off bowler.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, have a great match, guys, and next ball counts.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Best of luck, everyone.
Well, one of the other aspects of depth is not just having a strong bench, but versatility as well. And when you have folks who aren't worried about where they're bowling in the lineup, that's especially helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Roster for the Eclipse.
Yes, so once again, representing the Okanagan Eclipse, we have Bailey Lawson, Chris Bradford, Trevor Wacholski, Mike Elder, Matthew Griffin, Debbie Ely, Kyle Young, Lindsay Christensen, managed by Natalie Young, and bowling out of Lincoln Lanes.
Amazing.
And the Rock and Rollers, Shane Chafe, Brandon Tibbs, Brad Glynn, Brandon Smith, Mitchell Williams, Courtney Lucas, Katie Wells, and they are bowling out of Plaza Bowl in St. John's.
And Shane's right at it with that split right off the bat.
Yeah, super slow, clearly he
Quickly off the yeah. Even before the other side's got their lineup in.
Oh.
There we go.
It doesn't like Shane's ball speed, eh? He's had the score correct heavy on the middle a few times already. He had a score correction twice in that first game, both on head pins.
Yes. Well, I think Plaza Bowl has it in for larger, heavier bowling balls. I know that my sidewinders, which are not 5-inch balls but are slightly heavier balls, contributed to at least 45 minutes of ball jams during one of the shifts.
Oh,
Selena, thank you for getting those balls every 3 or 4 shots. I apologize, but I have to use them. I might have to go back to the ball just so that I can give them a break. And Debbie showing what the off spot can look like with a quick and easy and flying under the radar strike. Similar start to the Rock and Rollers they had in the first match.
and both teams are coming off of matches with the Carnage, obviously, where it was some pretty tough matches that they really had to work hard at. So
Yes.
it'll be interesting to see what this match brings.
Well, with the Eclipse having just thrown 1365, they're certainly well warmed up. Rock and Rollers did not have the blistering high score, but you've seen them throw 1350s like it didn't matter. And so, in a way, you could, if you were the Eclipse, think, oh, well, we got away with one. The pressure is on us. Or, again, think of it as we just threw well. We threw lots of strikes. There's no reason to think that's not going to continue. Let's just go out and do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even in the middle of that huge performance, Bailey had 4 head pins. Those could just as easily be strikes this time around. But Katie Wells is in there to restore some order, which she often does. And this is our first look at Brandon Smith today. And another rock-solid performer in the anchor spot for Rock and Rollers. Very dependable. Oh,
great pick.
Well, the right corner pin was not the problem in the first match, so Steve brings some left corner pins to see whether they think they're meant to practice during the time off.
It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday night at league or if it's for a gold medal. Like, he's just up there throwing bombs all the time, focused on doing exactly what he does best.
And with absolutely huge scores out of nowhere.
Massive all the time.
Yeah. Watching him run through a playoff round in the Newfoundland Bowling Tour, it's he may not always make the final, but he will just slice his way through up until the semifinals. So you can count on him for that with some huge scores along the way.
I'd like to point out Lindsay is continuing with her little strike run there.
That is now what?
Is
Strike,
that 9?
punch, 9.
That's 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
And often when you see a player punch a couple times, then start running strikes, it's sort of similar to what we saw from Kelsey in that last match, where there's a lot of high hits and just a bunch of them happen to go. In Lindsay's case, I mean, they've been buried pocket shots, almost every single one. I don't remember the last time she had a corner pin that looked like it might or might not go. Yeah. All 9 of the strikes have been just, I mean, you're perfect. Yeah. And both pockets. I know she's been hitting more of the right side, but a couple of those strikes have been left pocket shots that just have looked perfect. I mean, when your so-called bad shot is a perfect pocket shot on the other side, then everybody needs to be concerned. Shane again wanting to make sure we all know that he can at least shoot the right side.
Nice shot by Debbie.
Indeed.
A little tap there.
There we go, right through it, on the nose.
Yep.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Are we thinking it's just lucky it wasn't the left corner pin, or?
I'm until I have evidence to the contrary, that's what I'm going to continue to think. And I'm happy to let them know anytime I get the chance. Courtney has been high on that right side and has got more pushes on that left corner than not.
Yeah.
But again, double corner pin spare is going to win you a lot of matches. And as impressive, we all remember Courtney throwing that big shot to win at the Open a few years ago. We've watched her for a long time now, And she really does fit that category of the just continues to put the pressure on you, is rock steady. Maybe is not going to throw a bunch of 390s at you, but will just beat you to death with 310s.
Oh, great shots. That Mike, he just throws a really nice ball. Like,
Yes. I think this is the most I've seen him bowl in, at one time, and it really is just that nice, relaxed, little bit of backup. And if he hits that left pocket, then you're done for. Bailey all of a sudden hitting the side. It's good news for him. And Rock and Roller is looking to get off to a fast start, as they often do, not just in speed, but in score.
Yeah, no solid frame.
Bailey with an unfortunate miss there, not by a lot, but sometimes that hurts more. It's okay. Lindsay will throw one ball and get out of the way. Just quietly keep mounting the score.
Yeah.
Unfortunate placement of the glare of the lights, but that is 190 so far for Rock and Rollers through 2.
Oh.
Yeah. And another left.
I thought you were
referring
to.
There you go. So what's the opposite of the commentator's curse?
Right.
That's the first strike that was in doubt.
Yeah. And and good for her. Like, that's awesome when it gives you one like that, when you've been throwing so well.
And that is, reminder folks, 10 strikes in a row going back to the 4th frame of last game. Sorry, the 5th frame of last game.
Solid frame for Eclipse as well. Just that little bit in the middle there, but
just unfortunate that Bailey didn't get that spare. Otherwise, the same frame for both sides.
Yeah.
190 to 179 through 2, and just
each working on a double. Have one double, right?
Yes. Each side with a double.
Working his way up to the strike.
Here we go. Oh, that one just barely got out of the hand enough. Nice result. Oh, a little too heavy this time. Again, Courtney had been playing with fire in that high on the right side, and just maybe a little bit too accurate right now. Could stand with just a little bit of extra variation in her shot. Maybe not there.
And a miss by Deb.
But that is a very real situation that elite bowlers can fall into, where they're just a little bit too accurate, a little bit too consistent, and if it happens to be in the wrong 5 millimeters, you're in real trouble. And as we talked about earlier, if it's only a half a degree of arc difference out of the hand, you just simply can't control it. You have to allow yourself, your body, to introduce a little bit of natural variation into your shot.
Katie in with the turkey.
No doubter from Katie there.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Beautiful slider right there.
Yeah.
Now, if Bailey can settle in and get comfortable, then Eclipse will find it easy to stay with Rock and Rollers here. Even Debbie missing that left corner pin, yes, that's mildly annoying, but for the most part, the entire team is really looking quite comfortable. Oh, what a nice break there.
Rock and Rollers.
Great shot.
One open frame there from Courtney.
Yeah.
Matt frame building on 3 doubles.
That's huge.
Bailey got his strike there. That's nice. Sure he feels better about that, where he didn't have to go in.
A whole bunch of people just hoping that the magic can continue for one more shot. How about right there?
Just solid.
No magic required. It's just good.
No.
It's just so good.
Yeah. She is just on fire.
Yeah, the women are putting on a show today.
Yeah,
From
they
Absolutely.
absolutely are.
Have we had 12 strikes in a row at any point for any individual on a 5PL show? I know that Heidi had a shot at a perfect game not that long ago. But I'm not,
Well,
I'm
we
not sure if
had a
anyone's
perfect
managed.
game.
Andrew Dunn just had.
Oh, right. That was on. I
Yep.
forgot that was on a 5PL
Yeah.
show. So,
Yeah.
this could be the second 12 strike performance for any bowler in the 5PL.
Correct.
Massive frame from the Eclipse as well, matching those 4 strikes of the Rock and Rollers.
Absolutely.
Yep, there are a lot of strikes up there, and they also have 3 doubles.
Yeah, makes our job really easy.
Yeah.
Unfortunate pick for Debbie.
Yeah.
But again, everyone throwing well. There's really only been 2 particularly bad shots. Everything else has been right on target.
Oh, nice little ham bone for Katie. Oh no, that's Courtney.
That's Courtney, yeah.
I got ahead of myself one.
That's right. Yes. No, I'm sure that's coming.
You're just like, oh, strikes everywhere I look. All right, my
That
fault.
was a bit quick. That was a bit quick. That'll happen.
I was like, I need
Little
to
excited.
be quiet. We can't say anything.
Not the best balance, not the best speed. If you're gonna make mistakes, make them all in the same shot. Get it out of the way,
Yeah.
and then go back to normal, just like that. That looks perfect. Oh,
Ooh.
at least the balance looked fantastic there. Just sometimes that's what the body does. It's fine.
And there she
Yet
goes.
another thing that bowlers need to learn to do. Nobody likes to throw a bad shot. Nobody likes to look bad when they throw a shot, but sometimes the body just hiccups, and
Mhm.
you have to be prepared for the fact that's just sometimes what happens, and it doesn't mean
Yep.
anything more than you breathed in the wrong spot, you had a little muscle spasm, whatever.
Yeah.
Bodies are not perfect.
Ooh. That 3-pin just died for Brad there.
Yes, and here is our left corner pin.
Oh,
Michael won it.
Oh, there we go. Like nothing. There we go. There it is. That's what I meant.
I know we joke, but Brad is known for making those spares. Like his corner spare percentage is through the roof.
Yes.
So it is
and-
actually very uncharacteristic if he ends up missing them.
Absolutely. Shane is no slouch at those himself. And so for both of them to miss the same match, and for them to go 1 for 4 hitting it together was that's
Highly surprising.
yes.
Bailey with the split. Clip's not really capitalizing on those strikes up
No.
top.
Indeed.
Hopefully
And
the
in
bottom.
fact,
Yeah.
falling quite a bit behind now, or at least risking falling quite a bit behind. These next 2 shots,
Mhm.
it seems resolutely unfair to put this kind of responsibility on Lindsay, but she really does need to keep going right now. She and Kyle can help keep the Eclipse afloat as they start to creep up on the mid-match break.
And the shot that Bailey's throwing is just right there. Like it still looks
Yeah.
solid. Execution is there. It's just slightly off target, like millimeters, because I don't
Right.
think we've seen him miss the middle yet today.
No.
No, and really there is very little difference between getting into punch trouble and going through what Bailey's going through right now. It's just the millimeters are shifted a little bit to the left or to the right. Ooh.
Oh
No!
11 bagger.
Oh.
Strike, punch, punch, 11 strikes, punch.
Punch, jeez.
Also talk about middle hit percentage there.
No
Yeah,
kidding.
exactly. Only the first frame, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that is unfortunate for her personally. It's unfortunate for the team. Kyle really does need to come through to help keep the team close. But Rock and Rollers not exactly on fire in that fourth frame, so a lot could swing here in that fifth frame going into the break. All right, there you go.
But again,
you're allowed one of those again.
As you said, obviously the game is you want to throw strikes, but the Rock and Rollers are still, even though they had only one strike that frame, they threw 3 marks on their strikes. Versus right now, the Eclipse have 4 opens on their.
Yes, which is a huge difference.
Huge difference.
I think at this level, that is the thing that kills you the most. I mean, an open on a strike compared to an open on a spare. Obviously, opens on spares are very bad too. You've got that very low count on the spare most of the time. But your ability to continue marking on strikes is the difference between, 230 and 260.
But Kyle came through and finished that line with a turkey.
So now a difference of 37 going into the fifth, and Shane throwing a little shoulder at it.
Yeah.
This is what a leadoff bowler is supposed to do, folks.
Right, he's super slow, clearly.
You throw one ball, doesn't matter how fast you go. And Debbie with a very nice shot, just an unfortunate deflection. And Courtney back to being heavy on the right side and leaving that left corner. But if those are strikes on the spares instead of the punches, then it's a very much different score. You can't control that, folks.
Courtney's all over those left corner spares.
All right. Debbie remains steady. Debbie and Tracy throw a very similar shot, very similar trajectory, similar speed, and similar feeling of steadiness.
Oh.
Well, that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, on both sides. Similar reactions to similar shots. Try to remember the times that those pins go down without much of your help the next time you are tempted to whine.
Katie wasn't totally sure about that corner pin, though. She she walked off and was giggling a little bit, knowing that was
Mike
close.
missing that corner is super.
That's big.
Yeah,
yes.
He's not known for missing his corners either. So,
and that really does gives back all the advantage that Courtney had lost with that punch in 3.
Yeah.
Nice solid shot by Brad.
Brad living in the pocket.
Yeah.
Nice feeling.
And he knows what he's in for right now going against Lindsay. He's going to have to shoot like that in order to hang with her.
Yeah, the Rock and Rollers are just like going strong into that commercial break.
There's Bailey feeling good about that shot right there. That's where it's supposed to go. But I mean, ultimately for Bailey, one real mistake, the missing the chop spare, and you look at that score and you're underwhelmed. But he's thrown well. It's just that split in the middle is going to kill you. That is what makes this game fun.
Lindsay's
right like, yeah. All right, I've had my little head pin. Now I'm just going to strike out.
Unreal. 13 frames in 13 strikes in 16 frames.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Even if you count the first one, 13 for 17 is still pretty good.
Yeah. And Kyle.
Kyle ham
bones it up. Great way to end the fifth frame before our commercial break.
Yeah.
We have 6 1/4 from the Rock and Rollers to get 562 for the Eclipse. I'll run our little commercial package for our advertisers and bring back the last half of this match.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right.
So coming back from the break, we have Rock and Rollers at 625 with 3 single strikes counting. The Eclipse at 562 with a double counting and 2 other single strikes. So an advantage, I'd say a further advantage of about 10 to 15 pins for Eclipse, making it a little bit more like a 50-pin match as we get into the second half.
Yeah. And if we notice anything from the Eclipse the last match, they're a strong back half team. So
Yeah.
There's
nice.
great reaction.
Yeah.
we're gonna have a battle for 5 frames, I think.
Yeah.
And again, you look at the score for Debbie and you don't think much of it, but she's been right there. She's thrown really well, and it's just been corner pins not going down as easily. If those corner pins start to go for her, then Shane is in trouble.
Great shot by Mike.
Now a 5-bagger wrapped around the break for Eclipse. It's like they're ready to make their move. Uh-oh.
Oh.
When it's a miss out of your hand, that's a fun feeling.
Fun, yes.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, this is what bodies do.
Oh, you're Bailey.
And I can understand Bailey feeling a little bit of why me right now.
Yeah.
But this is actually one aspect of being a team bowler. If you're in Bailey's position and you're looking at what's going on around you, it means nothing, but we're playing psychological tricks on ourselves all the time, right? If I can take all the bad breaks so that my teammates can throw strikes, I'll do that every single time.
Yeah.
Smirk, make your spares.
Yep.
And go join the group.
Good cover by
Katie.
Yeah.
It kind of would almost be nice if it really worked like that. I could sacrifice myself.
Oh, Eclipse, where'd you go?
My teammates could throw strikes. I think I'd do it every time.
Yeah.
Maybe not every time, but I'd do it enough.
Watching Lindsay playing, I know she doesn't take too much time on the lane, and she had been standing there quite some time, and I was like, oh, maybe there's a little bit.
I had the same reaction.
And
All right, and there was an absolute bomb from Brad.
Yeah.
To see the pins barely jump off the deck is that's a thing of beauty. That is what the textbook. That's what it should look like in the textbook every time.
I think the Wi-Fi at Lincoln Lanes is getting crushed at the moment with their Masters playing as well.
Right.
Yes.
So hopefully we get those cameras back up and running here shortly.
We need another announcement like we heard at St. James Lanes in Winnipeg during the Manitoba Open. Stay off my network. We're trying to stream here.
Yeah.
If ever there were a time to use your cell data, please do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we do not know what's going on with Eclipse right now.
Nope.
But Rock and Rollers have scored 127.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to Lindsay through a strike.
Yeah, I was like, I definitely.
All right, that seems reasonable.
Let's just start making up a score.
Yeah,
Lindsay obviously had the strike there.
We're just going to have the Rock and Rollers wait till we can get the cameras.
Yeah, and this is one aspect of this format that is different from live play. That this is, on the one hand, it's not the kind of thing that you really have to deal with in tournaments, but on the other hand, sometimes a pin comes off the string. Sometimes there's a ball jam problem, a tangle that comes when there are two other tangles at the same time, and they're running around back there. You never know when you're just going to have to stand there and wait.
Yeah.
So this is just a way for us to inject a little bit of the feeling of a live tournament.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Rock and Roll is just getting iced at the moment.
Yeah.
And this just becomes another one of those situations that bowlers need to learn to deal with. This becomes another thing that lies outside their control that they need to shut out. And
yeah, the great thing about the 5PL2 is the Rock and Rolls can continue to warm up on lanes that aren't being used for the 5PL to stay warm. So no real detriment to their athletic prowess, I guess I should say.
No, indeed. And certainly none of the members of that group are the type to have the feeling that they only have so many strikes in them. There's always more where that came from. And so just throw balls to stay warm. This is any professional athlete has to go through this from time to time and just want to make sure the body doesn't seize up before you throw the next ball that counts.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Okay, might be coming back here.
Come on, Eclipse.
I was like, there's no more buffering thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
we got a lane.
Lanes.
And this is another situation where it's nice then to just go over, have a conversation with somebody, just do anything that helps you get out of your own head. This can be a good, unexpected 90-second long meditation. Chat with somebody to keep yourself occupied, walk around a little bit. There's no shortage of things that you can do to help yourself get through an unexpected delay like this. And certainly I would expect the Rock and Rollers to be a pretty loose group. So this just gives Brad and Shane a little bit more time to yell at each other about their left corner pins. Although I guess with the role that they're on right now, they're not thinking about anything other than throwing more strikes.
Right.
I like how Bailey's asking me if it's still good, but he can see just as much as we can.
Right.
You're like, no, pal, we can't see your score. All right.
We'll get them to restart their score camera on their side and see if we can get something going. I can confirm the internet is not receiving their score feed, so it's not on my end.
Well, it's tough. You know, it's really unfortunate that we do not have the connectors available to be able to get direct information from these scoring systems. It's awfully wasteful for us to be pointing a camera at scoreboards. When it would be so much easier not. This is one advantage that Pinsanity has with no computerized scoring system even to look at. It's very easy to just show a spreadsheet. And this is something that it would be really nice, especially now as Steltronic is gaining so much traction across the country. This is a real opportunity for the 5PL to have a direct HDMI connection to the screen and to make that a sharper picture, but less expensive on the internet. Here we go.
We were close. Lindsay had a corner pin.
Yeah. Oh, and then we have like a little Yahtzee there at the bottom.
Sorry, Kyle, that we missed your Yahtzee, but good job.
That's okay. We'll catch the sixth one, Kyle. That's fine. We know the sixth one is coming.
All right. I know the Rock and Rollers are 2 bowlers behind, but they'll catch up in no time, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And so, yes, Lindsay's first result that was neither a strike nor a head pin since the first frame that she threw today. Bailey is now starting to feel comfortable and feeling it. Good for him.
Yeah, there's wire there.
Bailey
all right, Brad has had his left corner pin. It's Shane's turn.
Yep.
Bailey was on the tech, and he still got up there and threw the strike. So
maybe that was just the distraction you needed.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. They've each spared
one. Like, I got this.
They've each spared one. Well done. 50%, the both of them. Oh, and that's the second time. We're going to assume that the last right corner pin looked an awful lot like that one.
Yeah.
So consistent has Lindsay been throughout this broadcast today.
Yep.
It's Courtney with her third head pin.
Yep.
Is that it? That is.
Not very often you say that your fiance is coming to relieve you, but in this case, it's true. Brandon Tibbs coming in to take care of Courtney's head pin.
And of course, you know that Courtney's first thought there is, I could have done that.
Yep.
And that is perhaps, an ideal time to be forced to make a substitution. There's 6 right there for Kyle. That when you can enter a game building on top of an open frame, there's not a lot you can do wrong. You can't throw away very many pins when you're not building on a mark. You just relax, throw a couple of balls in a real situation, and get into the feeling of the game.
Yeah.
Katie with an unfortunate punch on a spare that's back-to-back 20 counts. With Bailey warming up now, that's playing a little bit with fire.
Well, and Kyle's 6 down at the bottom there, that sure has brought them like well back into the game. And then you've got a couple of doubles going into the 8th frame as well.
All of a sudden, depending on how Brad counts on this double, Eclipse could be going into the 8th frame level.
And this is kind of what they did last game too, right? They just came in really strong in that second half.
Big shot here for Brad to try to maintain Rock and Roller's lead. Ooh, and a big miss. That is a lot of pins to leave up there. Well, we know he rebounds quickly. And there's the shot. The slight difference between the arm going up to try to will the ball into the corner and the ball into the pocket, and the one that is there. Oh, and here we are now. Eclipse really have a chance to drive a truck right over Rock and Rollers going into the 8th frame. Pretty imprecise on the second ball after punching. I know you're trying to stay loose, but 3 pins are worth more. Go get them. And, that's such an interesting, that's not something that I like to do. I don't hop up there after an imprecise shot wanting to throw the next one really quickly, because I know that's the brain playing a trick on me. And yet I see a lot of other bowlers trying to do that. And I've never quite understood how to see that as anything other than a mistake. Nice shot from Shane.
Yeah.
The brain wants to try again right after it makes a mistake. But that's a trick the brain is playing on. Take an extra breath.
Yeah.
Nobody's chasing.
Debbie got
So,
top
I mean,
shots.
does anybody hear a player who likes to jump right back up there after a punch and throw the next ball? That's
100%. I get up there because those side shots, they don't need, for myself, they don't need as much rotation. They don't need as much accuracy. I'm trying to not speed up my play, but I just want to get that frame over with so I can reset my mind and move on to the next frame.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been playing long enough that I tend to make sure I always hit the lead pin. So I'll hit the 3-pin. I might cherry it a few times here and there, but I just tend to get up there, get that frame over with so I can reset and focus on my first ball, because that's the one that needs all my mental prep for.
So that sounds like a trust-based approach. Like you've got more than enough reps and more than enough confidence in throwing those shots that you want to save your precious energy for the shots that really matter. That I get.
Yeah, it's not so much me thinking those pins aren't worth anything. It's just I've thrown enough at sides that I'm hoping that muscle memory just takes care of it. I don't have to use much of my brain on it, and then I can just refocus again.
And I think that's the first time I've heard someone say, I don't need to put as much rotation. I don't need to be essentially as fine. I can just go up there and throw my normal ball and it will probably be fine. And that makes sense. I think I hear a lot more of the I want to get it over with more than anything else, which I think I have some doubts about that way of approaching it.
Yeah.
See, I'm very much about the I want to perfect one shot and one shot only, and I repeat that same shot over and over and over again. So, especially when I'm in a tournament, I try to replicate every single shot to make sure that I'm doing everything exactly the same. I'm one of the people, I actually don't enjoy bowling league. I bowled my first league last year and actually had one of my lowest performances for the season because I feel like I pick up a lot of those bad habits in league. I'm not taking that time to make sure that I replicate every single shot and do everything the same. So I'm very much like, if I go to practice, I do the same thing. Every shot, I'm making sure that I am perfecting my one shot, because I'm very fortunate. My ball doesn't take a lot of, fancy anything. It's a pretty simple approach, pretty simple execution. But I make sure that it is the same all the time. So head pin, quarter pin, I'm picking up a 15. I'm taking the exact same amount of time as if I would for any other shot.
Yeah, I agree.
Meantime, Bailey has punched again, unfortunately, making the least of his strikes right now in this match. Tough news for him and bad news for the Eclipse. And
I think that is Lindsay's first miss since the first frame.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that ends a streak
of the first game.
Yes, that ends a streak of 18 consecutive middle hits. And back in the left pocket.
Yep. She's like, but I got this. Clean it up.
Yeah. That does put Brad in quite a strong position to drive that match through the end, but it's certainly not over yet. Double punch, and Brad gets to maybe 303. Lindsay still has 298 out there, so there are lots of ways that match can end close. Kyle, meantime, got that one way out.
007.
Yeah.
And this really is what I meant earlier in comparing to Nolan Ryan. Everything about that is just economy of movement. There's not a lot in it. There's not a lot of wasted movement. It's just, it's mechanically perfect for him. Shame, a little extra on that shot.
Oh,
Oh, Debbie with maybe just a little bit not enough. I think that one looked like it came a little flat out of her hand. It didn't cross over to the left side. So this is going to be. This is now the point at which the Eclipse are going to need to stop the Rock and Rollers from running away.
yep.
This shot's very big for Tibbs, both for the match and for the totals. We really haven't seen Tibbs get, on the roll that we've been accustomed to seeing from him in his 5PL performances.
Yeah, I mean, last year he led the Rock and Rollers with his average at 287.5, leading the entire team in averages. Definitely not a performance that we are used to seeing for Brandon here today.
Where are the 5-baggers? He's really, he's really got us accustomed to seeing those huge strikes, and it's just not happening for him today yet.
Ooh.
And yet, well, that's very interesting indeed. The good news is Mike's ball is about the right speed to make this 3-pin spare shot a little bit easier. Definitely has the angle for it. No.
Nope.
And so, yes, now that match, the 2 spots, very interesting. 199
Yeah.
maximum for Mike through 9. And there's still 220 up there for Courtney and Brandon. So that one is not over yet. Katie cleaning up that.
Opening them up.
You don't know when those pins are going to be important, and that means that up by 35. So all kinds of tie possibilities there too. This is going to come back down to the wire, and meantime, Kyle is really ensuring that Eclipse still in this for totals.
Oh, this poor. I just feel for Bailey today, honestly.
No, and what's the difference between Bailey and Lindsay today?
Yeah.
A grand total of 3-4 centimeters?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we've seen Bailey miss the entire day today.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Now, in those moments, you're wondering, is this an opportunity to make pulls, or is it that he's so on the middle that, hoping that things are just gonna find their way? Yes,
and I can say with confidence that I would be fighting to not substitute for him. I would be if I even thought that my manager were thinking of making a pull, I would be trying to talk them out of it right now. He is just as likely to shoot 45 in that 10th frame as to punch again. And I want to see that happen.
There, Lindsay's back on it.
And so now 1093 for Rock and Rollers down the stretch with no strikes counting going into 10, just the 3 spares. And even a corner pin spare or a high count spare here is going to really put Eclipse in prime position to drive this match over the finish line.
It's definitely an uncharacteristic 9th frame from the Rock and Rollers, where they're known for building up huge 9th frames.
Oh.
All right, and that makes it very interesting. So now we're looking at maximum 11:02 for Eclipse going into the 10th.
And just the one mark.
Yes. It really is going to come down to the first balls on those spares.
Some little magic fingers there from Kyle. Yeah.
There you go.
A huge day from him already so far. I mean, a 296 last game, and he's over 300 already in this match.
Yeah.
Great bowling from him today.
Absolutely. And we haven't even mentioned the headband yet.
There's still time.
It's a choice.
So really tight going into the 10th, as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And Debbie has been steady, but it's really come down to pin reaction for her.
Yeah.
Will she have a little bit of luck on her side? Will she have those extra few millimeters she needs to get to the side?
Yeah, Shane's locked in that.
There we are. That's
Shane.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How many of those were right corners?
Yeah.
And so, yes, 1 out of 3 so far for Rock and Rollers. High count on those spares. If Brandon can put a strike on top of that spare, that puts Rock and Rollers in a commanding position. Oh, very nice. Very nice break for Debbie right there. This is exactly the kind of game that you want to show to people and say, this is a very well-built game that really could easily have been 340. You can't pay attention to the score.
No. And even though her match is lost, it's so important for her to match Shane on all of these.
Absolutely. To be in a position where they are still threatening for totals is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, great.
The sheer amount of misfortune that Eclipse has dealt with.
Yeah.
Between Debbie and Bailey in this match. There's another universe in which Debbie and Bailey have shot a 650 double.
Yeah.
And there we go. There's the opening. .30 in this frame is really important.
Mike, off that
There we
corner.
go.
I was like, that did not look like somebody who was excited about what just happened. I'm just waiting to see what it was. At least he can spare it up.
This is the biggest single shot we've had so far. There it is.
Yeah.
So now this is just a free shot at the middle. An extra 10 to 15 here. With Rock and Rollers not jumping on that spare, now all of a sudden, it's not nearly as sure as it was 2 minutes ago.
Oh.
An unfortunate miss for Mike, but 20 is more than 15, certainly more than 11.
Yeah.
That puts Bailey in a very interesting position. He's looked really good all day, and it's simple. The strikes are either going to come or they're not.
Yeah.
Keep throwing the same ball and hope that the extra millimeters are in your favor.
Well, that chop just solidifies the match for Katie, though. Bailey can max out at 233, and Katie's already sitting with 237.
Yeah, and Bailey now maybe a little bit of extra deep breath.
Yeah. He's saying, see how easy strikes are?
Yes.
Brad needs a double here to lock out Lindsay.
Yes. And as we've seen right now, I mean, I'm going to like Lindsay's chances. But Bailey's going to have to think about it for a few tens of seconds here.
While they figure out his tangle.
Nothing like getting a tangle in the 5PL. Well, there's a Masters tournament going on.
Exactly. Hey, does anyone remember us?
Yeah, we're over here by ourselves on lane 1. Nobody's paying, or by a lane by ourselves. Nobody's paying attention.
Rock and Rollers can get to 1301. So 1302 is the magic number for the Eclipse. They can certainly get there. But it's going to take almost all the pins left. I think that shot from Bailey really did set them up well.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, even 30 is enough to give them a fighting chance. Barely.
He's
There
just
we go.
yeah.
All right.
This is huge.
109 to go.
You think Bailey's like, yeah, double.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. He's just thinking all the team points. Get all the team
Yep.
points.
Yeah, exactly.
Another good one.
He's like,
we go.
why not?
You can do it there. Oh, will those two help? We'll find out. So 1,200, that's 100. So again, Rock and Rollers can get to 1301. And Eclipse can get to 1320.
Oh, it's so exciting.
This is fantastic. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oof. All right. Well, that was by far the biggest miss of the day.
Yeah.
But still, the spare shot here is big.
Oh.
In the left corner.
Great shot from Brad.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Kick right there. So 47 more for Eclipse. They can get to 48 more. So they can get to 1272.
Oh.
So the magic number for Rock and Rollers right now is 1273. 64 to go.
And he's like, look at me pick that left corner.
Right.
The follow through on that.
I got more left corners than you did.
Was exceptional.
I got two of mine. This is a big count here.
Yeah.
Again, Eclipse can make it to 1272 to put a little pressure.
Oh,
no. Very, very interesting. All right. Well, the Eclipse can get to 1242. Brandon can wrap it up right here. 8 on this ball. Nope, not yet.
Okay.
Well.
Oh, and hole.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Well, this is really not how we want these to finish.
Kyle's like, dude.
Throw it into the wood. Throw it into the wood. Yeah, everyone's pointing left. And he
no!
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
No.
Oh.
That is something else as we see
So
the entire Rock and Rollers pointing left. Somebody needs to stand in front of us and point left. Oh, my. But it's all forgiven now.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
oh,
we've had a match finished by 4, and we've had a match finished by 2. Beautiful.
Wow. Wow. Oh.
That is something else.
And Kyle is like, what is with me in the 10th frame?
Well,
No, it was Shane last time, wasn't it? That
lose by a bunch and make 3, or lose by a
wow.
half and make only 2.
And to have such a solid game too. Oh.
All right, so we'll bring our faces in here.
Well,
so 6-2 win.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about the 5PL. You just never know when things are gonna pan out that way.
Yeah, and this is the really nice thing about this format, that you can be within 100 and win 3, and you can lose by a handful and win 2.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we'll bring our managers in here. So Mr. Shane Chafe from the Rock and Rollers, and Natalie when they get their camera open up again.
In a second. Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Right down to the last,
You just never know. You never know, right?
We just said at the close of the last game, right? Wood wins, right? And I was saying, like, clean your wood, right? And so it's more than one frame, but like great bowling all around.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially impressed with Bailey's persistence in light
Yes.
of how rough he had it, and then to get to that point, to get it down
Yes.
to one ball.
Yeah, like and anything falls there, right? Like Lindsay had that weird break on her second shot there. It's just, and I mean we were all over the middle that game. It's not like we were, way out in left field. Yeah, so.
No, indeed, that's got to feel like 1,400, even though it was only 1,250 up on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously 6-2. It's still a split. It's not the score you're looking for, but you still have one more match today. Obviously, your team is in the mix every time. Just that team total just seems to be slipping away a little bit, but obviously one more match today. Shane, you are blurry, but we'll try and wrap it up with you. A split day for the Rock and Rollers. Team played well when it mattered, and both matches were close again. So congrats. And we may have lost them.
Yeah, no, I mean, after losing the first one, we'll take it. It helps having a big anchor bowler like Smitty on the bottom to haul it out for us. So.
How did the team feel about the last two balls that Smitty threw?
I think that says it all.
I think the team felt really well. Smitty doesn't.
He's not happy about it, for sure. Well, we'll let you guys
you
go.
go 5-hole hole and win. It makes it a little easier.
Well, that's fair. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think I lost it.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll see, Natalie. We'll see you in an hour. Shane, great day for the Rock and Rollers, and best of luck. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good luck, Natty. See you.
Bye.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Well, I don't know about you folks, but these 3 hours have flown by for me.
Yeah.
It's been pretty quick. Yeah.
Not been bad. We're
No.
almost to the minute, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So from our fourth match of the day, we have the Misfits versus the Carnage. I've been waiting for this interview all day. No, nothing against Barry, but we have a former Misfit, well, maybe a current Misfit. We're not sure how that works, but future Australian, Derek Gall.
I do believe the term you're looking for is emergency spare.
Okay, fair. Obviously, Derek, Misfits only have one match today. Team gathered. How's the team feeling? How's everybody looking? How are you feeling? Obviously, being there as emergency spare and fill-in manager.
Well, I was drinking with the enemy this weekend. I was down in Calgary, so I drove up this morning. Had some beers with Bobby, and we were talking about the match. But everybody seems ready to go. Like one match, we're ready. We've got energy. We just want to get going.
Yeah, for
Do
sure.
our best.
And Jeff, obviously, the Carnage. This is your last match of the day. You guys have been there all day. You had the hour break. How's the team feeling, and how's the energy for you guys?
Yeah, no, everybody's excited and we're raring to go here. So looking forward to getting the match started.
Amazing. Mr. Gall, your lineup.
We have Michelle leading off, followed by Kaylee, and then Ron, Jamie, and Justin Anchor.
Amazing. And then perfect. And Jeff, Carnage's lineup.
Yeah, just a slight change here. So we're going to do Kelsey to begin with, then Bobby, Tracy, Mark, and then Brad. And then we've got Derek and Rob sitting on the bench, and Curtis is cheerleading this game.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to both teams, and have a great match, guys.
Good luck,
All right, good
everybody.
luck.
Good luck.
All right, here we go. So obviously the Misfits only have one match today. I know they're above 500, so they're looking at a playoff spot. So Carnage having a decent day. They're looking to beat up on one of the playoff teams that they're competing against, right? So
Yeah,
it's a big
absolutely.
match.
No,
Yes,
for
of
sure.
course. The Carnage here wants to just continue doing what they've been doing. Try to push away any thoughts of needing to keep it going. They've looked very strong. There's no reason to change anything. There's no reason to do anything differently. So let's hope that they have that mindset going into this match and just ho-hum and crush the opposition like they've been doing.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just run over the rosters here really quick.
So for the Misfits, we have Curtis Dunas, Ron Perry, Jamie McCara, Caitlin Mack, Michelle Hoyle, Brandon Coburn, Justin Langrock, and Alan Hurst, managed by Barry Urquhart and bowling out of Bonnie Doon Lanes.
And for the Carnage, we have Curtis Kaplan, Kelsey Wilton, Tracy Smith, Brad Wilton, Bobby Kite, Rob Wolfson, Derek Dobbs, Mark Miller, and manager Jeff Wilson, bowling out of Toppler Bowl in Calgary.
Amazing.
All right. Let's get this party started.
So if people haven't seen the Misfits play this season yet, they have a couple new additions this year with Justin Langrock and Alan Hurst. Obviously, great additions to the team.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle Hoyle is healthy this season. All last season, she was injury prone, so she didn't play a lot. But she's had a great start to her season this year already.
Yeah, it's so nice to see her back on the lanes.
And a beautiful start.
Mm-hmm. Kelsey's going to try something new this game and start with the right corner. If anybody can do it, she can do it. Look at that.
There we go.
You know?
The bullpen, everything's fine.
It's great.
It was the side lunge that did it for her there.
I'd say. It seems like there's very little she can do wrong today.
Yeah, agreed. Let's see. It's a little blurry, but
Yeah, they're having a slight camera issue.
Yeah.
But it's been on for
Yeah, for a while.
hours. So not too surprising there.
Good pick by Kaylee.
Yes. Very smooth approaches from both folks at the top. Nice, deliberate, and full follow throughs. Mechanically sound. That's always nice. That tends to translate into some very steady performances.
Not too crazy of a contrast in team averages. Like we have the Misfits averaging 257 for the season, and like we said, the Carnage were at that 266. So
Yeah,
a bit of a 10-pin difference, but the Carnage have been playing super solid today. So I'm sure that average has been going up, up, up.
Yeah. No matter how blurry it is, you could tell that was a head pin. I'm like, I recognize that.
Ron getting the ball a little bit out farther in that
Yeah.
particular shot to help get him onto the middle. Can be a bit streaky, Ron, but when he gets comfortable, it really is frightening just to see how easily he can repeat that shot.
Good cleanup by Tracy. A corner pin there from Ms. Jamie.
Ron was a great help to me at the Autumn Open this past year. I threw a ball, a spare shot, and as soon as the ball came out of my hand, I knew it was terrible, so I walked away and didn't even look at it.
Yeah.
I picked up a ball to throw the third ball. Everybody was telling me to come off the lane, which I didn't believe. And then when I got back, Ron helpfully showed me the replay from the live stream so I could see actually looking the head pin
Yeah.
to make that spare.
Oh, nice.
Very grateful to the WCBT for having streams available so that I could actually believe that I made that spare, which I'm still sure I didn't make. But
I was going to say, I had a very similar situation, as I'm sure you know, at the Autumn Open with my split spare that happened to be on streaming that I also did not believe that I had gotten.
And that is maybe one downside to having the sort of very to having that mindset of not really paying too much attention to the results, but instead focusing on the process, is that very occasionally something like that will happen and you'll completely miss it. The last time I got 4 on the third ball, I didn't see it happen.
Yeah.
I picked the left corner pin right in the dead center and had no idea that it had fallen on the pin deck and bounced all the way to the right side. I kind of would like to have seen that.
Yeah, right. Great double by Michelle.
Yes, quick starts on both sides. And Kelsey's back in the pocket. Oh! I agree. You are absolutely right.
I've seen her daughter
make strike up in. That's a strike everywhere except on the scoreboard.
Your daughter makes that face all the time.
All the time. Oh.
And an easy pick. That one was a little bit more certain than the first one was.
Yeah. Nice shot by Kaylee.
And Misfits coming out.
Yeah.
Warm here. Now that Ron has seen the side of the head pin, perhaps he can hit it the first time around and keep this train going.
Mr. Ron Perry. Oh,
just like that. Just like that.
Even Jamie's laughing at that one.
Yep. Yeah.
Meantime, Carnage are warming up as well.
Yeah. Lots of marks going on.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to be. It looks like we might be in for a high-scoring affair here.
Yeah. Nice, solid shot by Jamie.
It's kind of the groove teams fall into, right? If you get a few breaks early and people are throwing strikes, the team tends to follow.
Yeah.
Well, it loosens everything up, and you don't have to stand up on the lanes tense and tentative.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Jeez.
We were just saying.
Yeah.
The hand point got him.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
dangerous. It's
It looked
dangerous.
like a phenomenal ball, so I would have been hand pointing too.
Yeah.
it's just like you can't tell whether the point is hopeful or celebratory.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, a
Right.
nice break for Brad right there. Well, yeah,
Matching
we got ourselves a fun start.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, some matching frames, 4 strikes and a corner spare for both teams.
Yep.
Double on each side. So remember, add 15 on the right-hand side for 191. And yeah, really just one really bad shot. Ron didn't get the invitation quite on time, but we're glad he's in the match now. That was a little bit more of a conventional corner pin for Kelsey.
Yeah.
And she's been high in the pocket quite a bit all day. And I think her breaks have been pretty fair. I can't really. She had a bunch of strikes early on, more corners later in that second match. I think the luck has evened out for her. She's got pretty much what she deserved on those shots, and they're great counters. 28 solves a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Yep. Michelle sparing hers. She's moving along here.
And all excellent shots too. Even the chop was a great shot.
Yeah.
Yes. A little high. 2-pin one a little late, but it was, lots of rotation. Michelle obviously been a feature in the Edmonton zone for a very long time on lots of Alberta national teams. She's showing why she's on that team.
Oh, the movement Kaylee gets is just beautiful.
Yeah.
Very similar to Katie Wells, similar trajectory, similar late movement, and that really nice splash at the end. Katie throws the ball a little harder, so the corner pins go down a little bit more easily, but otherwise the two balls are very similar.
Oh, Ron.
Oh. Tracy seemed a little unsure of that herself.
Yeah, it was like, I think Tracy will be happy with that result.
Yes.
She looked a little tiny bit unsteady at the line there, but I mean, great result considering. So just take that moment to focus on getting this spare.
And Tracy is also very much in that execute the same way every time school.
Yep.
You can see it in her approach. Not taking any shots lightly. And just repeat.
I feel like so much of that comes with being on the wrong end of losing very close matches.
Yes.
I know that's been a lot of learning moments for me, losing a lot of really close matches. So have been fortunate in recent years where I've adopted that to be able to end up on the other side sometimes.
Well, it's also one advantage of being kind of at my stage where my focus really is still on the very basics of, nice break for Jamie there. She's happy with that. Very much still based on the basics of repeating the physical execution. And so it's definitely to my advantage to treat every single shot the same, to take the same time, to kind of do the opposite of what Carrie was talking about earlier, but as a development tactic. I would love in a couple of years to be in a situation where I can be more, where I can adjust my approach more to the situation. But I do not have that luxury just yet.
Jamie was trying to clean up that head pin the hard way. She
Yes,
cleaned up the second five the same way
I
she did
saw
the
the
first.
same. Just missed on that left 3-pin, hitting it in exactly the right spot. Or I guess since it's Bonnie Doon, she could have hit the 2-pin, just let it bounce around. Very interesting. I guess it really does depend on the lane, so I don't know that level of detail. I've heard some very surprising stories. Memories of the Stadplex in Halifax, which closed about 5 years ago, and was the kind of place where I believe it was lane 4 was the one where getting a strike, hitting the outside of the field was
aces.
not that unusual.
And I think that Kelsey will actually be happy with that because that was
Yeah.
a head pin all the
Yeah,
way down. That's a
absolutely.
bonus 6 points.
And again,
count.
another example of if it's going to happen, let it all happen on one ball.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you can have no strikes and still average 235. Are you in?
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a strike at some point.
There, good clean.
And especially as good as Kelsey is, I think it would be
Mhm.
a tall ask to have her not throw strikes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a reminder, all you young folks out there, don't be addicted to strikes. Don't let that fool you.
Yeah.
Get addicted to good shots. Strikes will come.
So very even match here in the second line. We'll see how things are shaping up between these two. Kaylee with the head pin.
And
Oh,
Nice
and
strike there.
Bobby
Big
squeaks
slide.
out the strike,
Yeah.
The thin one.
putting every ounce of his candlepin experience into
Yep.
that shot
I was
there.
going to say, yes. That's
Going down the
he's not going to get quite as lucky in a candlepin house on that shot, but Bobby really does have the. I know it looks very unconventional to people accustomed to watching 5-pin bowling, but if you sit and watch candlepin on YouTube for any amount of time, you'll see just how prototypical a shooter Bobby is
Mhm.
among candlepinners. The throwing from the hip, even just the letting the ball sway in his approach before he takes his first step, all very prototypical candlepin mannerisms. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Yeah, exactly.
uncharacteristic miss from Mark.
They're the smoothest misses in bowling.
They really
Mark
are.
Miller. Every time the ball comes out of his hand wrong, it looks great right up
Yeah.
until. I think he and Tyler can maybe battle it out for the smoothest misses. Most unexpected misses.
Yeah. Pretty. I was just to say, Greg Giglock off the kingpins. Probably the smoothest player I've ever seen, but Mark Miller is very, you don't hear the ball hit the lane.
Yeah.
It is unreal.
Incredible.
All right. So the Carnage have a double up. So add 15. They are going to be in the 480 range.
Great shot by Brad and Justin.
Am I right that scoring system on the left-hand side is not? Oh, no, they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Just took a while to update.
Great bottom there for the Misfits.
Absolutely. And so now we've got a big ball coming up for Bobby and see whether he can help carry Carnage into the break, the lead. Meantime, I was about to say the Misfits have been just perfectly steady. That's the first miss from Michelle. And only the second miss for the group.
Now we are going to be seeing a change here for the Carnage. Rob is going in for Mark in this frame.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Kiss the bicep. Come on. It really has just been that kind of day. That's nice. That's really nice to see. Again, a tribute to the depth of the Carnage bench, that what looks like the slightest inconsistency or the slightest bit of struggle, and that's enough.
Yeah.
You can make the move, you might as well.
Yeah, and Kaylee's back on the strikes I see there in the second spot on Misfits.
Oh, no. Well, Bobby did not take full advantage of his double. Now we'll see what Justin can do with his and see where these things sit going into the break. It promises to be close with probably a slight lead for the Carnage, unless the Justin can put a strike up on that double.
Ron very happy with that break and takes full advantage.
Yes, so now looking at the scoreboards, Carnage have missed 4 times. Misfits have missed only twice on the first ball of the frame. So it's been good shooting on both sides. Just, this is the calm before the storm, I think. The question is which one of them is going to come hot out of the break.
Yeah.
Kind of have a feeling that at least one of them is.
Yeah.
There's Jamie adding a double for Misfits.
That's the red pocket.
Tracy fell out.
Yeah.
In the pocket.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh,
but
great
that would be a really good shot to slow down and watch frame by frame and just see how good her balance was right up until the moment the ball came out of her hand, and then her body hung on just long enough to deliver that full confidence. And now Rob with his first shot of the match, going in for Mark Miller to start the 5th.
Yeah, fantastic person to have coming in off the bench. I mean, he led the team last year with a 260.8 average. So to have one of your top bowlers being able to come in off the bench, like you were saying, absolutely shows the depth of this Carnage team.
Yeah.
Great
It's
half.
fair.
Just realized with the Carnage got like a nice little Wilton sandwich there. One on the top, one on the bottom.
588 for the Misfits. Carnage now sitting at 577 plus this ball.
Oh, good break.
Carnage will take a lead into the break. The last match, we had seen 625 going into the break. Here, we're going to be right around that same pace.
Yeah, good pick.
There we go.
Yep, so that should be 594 to 588. Wow.
Very close match. Under a ball. That's the way it should be. All right, we'll run our commercial break. Bring back the last half of this match.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
right. Expecting fireworks this last half.
Yes,
Absolutely.
And so much is going to depend on Tracy's shot in 6, but certainly these 3 spares here are going to tell the story of what happens next. It's early to look at individual shots, but building on top of these spares coming out of the break will go towards giving the Carnage a really big feeling of making progress. That's got to feel good, especially in view of having had aces already.
Yeah. And the way the video slowed down too was like,
Yes.
maybe no.
Once again, a perfect example of why people overvalue strikes. Strikes are obviously better, but if you're addicted to strikes, you're not going to throw games like this.
Nope. And an unusual miss for Kelsey there.
Now, all those shots in the pocket all day has got to wear a person out.
It's got to be tough.
And Michelle, very quietly, just keeping the pressure on.
Yep.
Letting up a tiny bit. And yes, the 2 strikes are nice, but that parade of spares, that's that's the kind of thing that can make an opponent wonder what they have to do. Yeah. It's hard to catch up when they don't open the door.
Ooh.
Second punch for Kaylee, this time on the second ball of the frame. And as long as Body's getting strikes, that's going to be. Oh, Tracy with a big count right there. Justin's getting the answer.
Tracy has just been on today.
Oh, yeah.
Nice shot by Ron.
On with an easy strike, and now Rob looking comfortable.
Yeah.
Coming off the bench, just needed the 1 shot to warm up. That is the look of someone who's got a few more in the tank. Oh. All right, get back up there, throw an easy spare, and keep the pressure on.
Brad just wiggling the head pin there.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, unfortunate miss from Jamie there. And Carnage now have retaken control. 3 strikes and a good count on that spare in the first position, and this is the point at which they can just start taking it across the finish line. Justin still has a lot to say about what happens with that 5th match, but this really has the feeling of a match that might end up 4-4.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Justin's just
I'm going to double down on that thought now after seeing that shot from Justin. He's about as relaxed as you see him. As long as that balance doesn't get too far out, as long as he doesn't get lazy, if he stays just on it enough, then he might not miss again. Oh, Kelsey back into it. Perfect shot. Let her team know it.
Just love the fire from her.
Oh, yeah. And certainly this is exactly what I was talking about earlier today about the both squeezing your opponent and then rattling off strikes. Now I'm watching this Carnage team up close as much as I've had the chance to today. I would be terrified of going against this team because they're not going to let you have any opens. You are going to have to take it from them.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, there we go. I don't
You
know
definitely
where
put
that came
Misfits in
from, but
that one.
that is where you really cannot watch your opponents.
no.
It's hard not to hear them, and maybe this is one of the advantages to not having your opponents literally on the lane next to you is you can shut them out. You don't have to hear them if you don't want to look,
Yeah.
if you don't want to pay attention. But that's the kind of shot that can break your back. Oh, and that's the third
Oh.
punch for Kaylee now. 2 on the first ball, 1 on the second.
It was a great break from Tracy because it looked like she was about to punch herself, but
Yes.
managed to get the push.
Ooh, and to use the entire rubber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
covered that half.
Good for me. Just a little good for me clap.
Yeah,
Feeling now a little bit of the maybe the uncertain body language.
yeah.
She's got to really come back and just throw the next ball like none of this ever happened. There you go. Walk away from a better shot.
Yeah.
Oh my. Carnage are really starting to look like they can run away.
And this is what they've been doing all day.
Absolutely. That's maybe the scariest part is that this is not an outlier. This is not unusual. This is just, oh no, we had our chance and it's gone.
Yeah.
Nice break from Brad there.
Yeah, huge
great
frame.
Yes. What an unbelievable swing. That said, the Misfits are not out of it. That is 893 for the Carnage.
Still 3 frames to play. They're going to be not out much, and Justin's throwing strong.
Yeah.
He can keep the team total close.
And this is where, for better or worse, Justin's next ball is going to be a huge one for the rest of his team. They've all of a sudden the 3 consecutive opens. Jamie maybe with a little bit too much of a memory of missing a corner pin. We'll see. Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
That is unfortunately the look of someone who feels like they need to strike.
See how she responds. Hopefully directly at it. Picks that corner.
And she gets it out there.
Right.
Let's see what Justin does.
Well, Justin can keep his group within a ball. Seems unfair to call this a pressure shot in this situation for somebody who's thrown so well, but that is what you sign up for as an anchor bowler.
No, just another beautiful shot.
No problem.
Yeah.
Not just a good shot, but a great shot in a big key moment.
Keeping his team in the game.
So 893 to 870 going into 8, 9, 10.
See if Kelsey can keep it going. She's been so solid today.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Oh,
that looked like that had the side. Oh, here we go.
Absolute bomb from Michelle.
Yeah.
See the starting music. And this is oddly where if the Misfits can put a couple of other, can put another strike or 2 up there while Kelsey's finishing this frame, Bobby might just grip that ball a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Feeling like it's, again, getting that backwards, feeling like it's important to capitalize on that double instead of remembering that it's never going to be easier than that. Get in there. Well, there goes that idea. If Bobby weren't relaxed, he can be now. Jalen really needs to
Carnage
strike
just trying to close out a big day here for them, right? 2 wins
Yeah.
already. Missing some key points probably, but if you can close this one out with another win, if it turns out to be the 5-3, 6-2, whatever that looks like, it's a big day for them.
Big day. Yeah. Oh, there he goes.
Another
Another
one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 of those in a row.
All right. Well, if you're Bobby and you're not relaxed now, I'm not sure what it's going to take.
Yeah.
You are playing with the casino's money right now.
Yeah.
And another example of the difference in
Oh, yeah.
mental approach between. Oh,
Roasted.
Wow.
that's a great shot.
That was a great shot.
That fist pump, absolutely correct.
Yes.
I was just to say the difference in mindset between my luck's going to run out soon and hey, I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to jump on the lucky breaks as long as I get them. It costs nothing to view luck as a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
Jamie
we
with a
go.
nice comeback shot right there.
Yeah.
That missed corner pin's a memory now. These next 2 shots are going to have a chance to swing this match. Side. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Oh, and Justin's just so dialed in. Like,
He's just had such a phenomenal couple of seasons. I mean,
he
huge
really has.
performances in the WCBT and just
Mhm.
continuing to show up.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
great
it's
shot.
not
by
going
Brad.
anywhere though.
No.
So that's 3 doubles counting on the right side. Add 45. That's 1063 for the Carnage to 990 for the Misfits. That was.
Yeah.
It's really hard to throw 4 strikes and feel like you lost ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and wait for Rob to coming in
Yeah.
that 5th frame there. Spare and 3 strikes. Exactly
Yeah.
what you want from someone coming off the bench.
Oh,
Oh.
big ball and a tough break.
Oh, and Kelsey's
That's
just going to
63
throw a
right there.
bomb.
Jeez. Perfect pocket shot. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Well, when you do all that work to try to
Oh.
build some momentum and then all of a sudden this happens, it's
Yeah.
this is when you really have to dig down and not let that get to you. There's still those 3 big doubles right there at the bottom that can make a huge difference. Build for the 10th.
There it is. Oh.
Okay.
I feel like that was coming.
Yeah. This is a big shot for Kaylee now to, wash those 3 open frames out of her mouth, to just start again. You've got 90. Go get as many as you can. That looked great.
There you go.
Very big shot there. So now the real question is whether the Misfits are going to give themselves a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Doubles for Ron and Jamie, and all is forgiven.
And
There's
there
one.
you go. There's one. Good clean by Bobby.
And this is where it's a bit of an advantage to the Misfits to be already a bowler ahead, in that they can just focus on making their shots, and there's nothing you can do about what happens in 4 and 5. The outside of the 3 pin is not where you want it to be. That's unfortunate, but at least.
Oh.
Jeez.
Great push
Oh,
from Tracy.
yeah.
My
That is a
goodness.
great looking head pin. Wow. What a difference
That
between
just
that.
goes to show that she's getting so much rotation on that ball,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
that's multiple times today we've seen that from her.
Yes. You can be high in the pocket, but that's
And he just picks it like a pro.
really a little unfair.
Yeah.
But once again, it seems unfair to put it all on Justin's shoulders, but
But here it is.
that's where we are right now.
Because he is definitely the one keeping them in this game.
Well, and even if he strikes here, if he punches in the first ball in 10, Brad can pick his pocket. So
Yeah.
just stay on it. There it is. Oh,
Oh.
Just quick. Just a little too quick on that release.
yeah. And again, that's the knife's edge, right? When you feel that loose.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna spare. Oh nope.
Oh, no.
Just
Feeling a little
squeeze
extra
by.
loose on that shot is good, but it might hurt you.
Oh.
There you go. All right. Okay. Picked for 220 there for Mark and Rob. So that's 1172 for the Carnage plus these balls. Misfits are going to go into the 10th at 1118, excuse me.
Oh, Brad. Too heavy.
Well, it's not quite advantage Misfits, but they're certainly in a pretty good position here. Tracy has been flirting with having too much of the head pin, so cannot be too sure. Yeah, 1202 to 1118, difference of 84. The Misfits have 2 strikes to the Carnage's 1. So effectively, a difference of about 70 going into the 10.
Oh, okay.
And are we going to have another one of these nail-biting stumbles to the finish?
Nothing like keeping it exciting.
No, indeed.
Yeah, 237 max here for Kelsey. And ooh.
So we've got some interesting tie possibilities here.
Yeah, 100%.
Punch on the left, strike on the right, and we're tied.
Yep.
Although that's great news for the Carnage, because that just means they're one step closer to securing the total.
Oh,
Kelsey's
looks
done
good.
her part.
And it was.
Yes. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh. Wow.
All right. Well, that feels like a half point that got away.
Yep.
Especially seeing Michelle stumble to the finish there, but
Mhm.
that's why you have to play it. And so now there's Bobby has this match.
Yeah.
Justin has his match, so it's 1.5 to 1.5. Now it's a question of where the totals are going to lie. And that,
yeah,
it's unfortunate. Misfits needed that to be a strike to have any chance.
That looks like that was a strike.
That was, yes. Once again, just enough balance. Right at the point of release. So let's see.
Flash the player camera one more time here.
There we go. That's a big shot there. So where are we here? 15, 105, and 75, 180. 180 more possible for the Misfits. They get to 1348. Not a very tall order for the Carnage to get to 1349 and shut it out. And now that's going to get a little easier.
1339
is enough. So the Misfits really are going to need Tracy to punch here,
Mm-hmm.
and Ron needs to
Ron
finish.
Ron needs to do something better than he just threw.
Yes, I think we can call it now.
Mm-hmm.
If not mathematically, then at least for all intents and purposes.
Mm-hmm.
So now will be a very interesting finish in the fourth spot. Still in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it was there.
Yeah.
Ron could have at least got to 290 and put some pressure on this shot right now.
Good half by Tracy.
Yes. And I suppose the good news is for Ron that in the end, it almost certainly didn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't feel like it at the time, but so with this now, the Carnage only need to get to 1304. Nice break from Jamie.
Big shot from Jamie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Great
And
finish
there-
for Tracy.
There we go.
Great day.
That's the ball game. So now we look to see whether Rob can tie the nice bow on top of this win.
Yeah.
Yeah, got the strike.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about 4 to 4, so how about 4.5 to 3.5? Or no, sorry, it would have been the other way around.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're looking at to go from 4 to 4 to 1.5. That's that would be tough. There we go.
Yeah, another great shot.
That's where we're gonna end up. 6.5 to 1.5. Well, it's a tough one, but great work for Justin throwing a very consistent game. That ninth frame is mildly annoying. In the end, it wasn't the difference between a win and a loss. Just that 400 sounds good.
Yeah.
Really good work for Rob off the bench.
Yeah.
Is that 193 for 6 frames? Yeah, 193 for 6 frames off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all laughs for Justin now.
Ooh. No, Carnage just had a phenomenal day today.
Yes.
Massive day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big day for them. The 5-3 is always a little, the split kind of sucks, but
Mm-hmm.
it's still a great day.
So I'm going by memory now. Is that a 1450 and now nearly a 1400 here?
Yeah, 1450 and a 1288.
1288 for the first one? Yeah.
Yeah. A big one here.
Yeah, 4100 for 3 matches. That's that pace will win you some money.
Mm-hmm.
It'll certainly get you in a playoff position.
Yeah.
And why not?
Great.
Oh, and absolutely cherry on top.
Yeah.
Fantastic work. 1398. What else could you ask for?
Yeah.
even with a couple of punches in 9.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic work. And 3 goals for 300. No monster, just squeeze you to death.
All right. We'll out of here. All right. Well, we'll bring in our manager. So we got a 6.5 win over 1.5 for the Misfits for the Carnage. Bring in our managers here, Jeff Wilson from A Great Day for the Carnage and Mr. Derek Gall for the acting manager for the Misfits. Yeah, the match, it had legs up till like the halfway mark, and then it kind of seemed the Misfits kind of ran into some headpin problems, and the top 3 players kind of ran into issues, and then Carnage kind of took over from there. Justin obviously with an amazing game besides the last 2 frames. Derek, I know you're just acting manager, but how do you feel the Misfits? How were they going into that commercial break, and how they came out of it?
I mean, morale was good. You know, we were pacing them the best we could. Like, they were hot, we were doing well, and a couple of deflection corners that should have been in a lot of places were a little discouraging. Kind of lost focus for a bit, I think, and took too long to get it back. I mean, 1400's like tough to beat any day, so kudos to them.
Yeah, and like obviously Jeff, you and the Carnage, you guys had a great day today. Played really well. Had a slow start in match 1, got the win out of that, but then really 14.5 and then a 1400 to follow. Like that's great playing.
Yeah, the team just came together today, and we had the perfect day that we needed. So I'm proud of the team, and we're all pretty pumped up here. So it's good.
Yeah.
Great playing. Obviously, the team's got to feel good. Carnage had a really good day. Obviously, Derek, Misfits, it's only 1 game. You guys are probably still really close to the 500 mark. Obviously, looking to having match days where you have more than 1 match, just showing up and having that one.
The Carnage are one of the teams that we know can shoot like a big number at any time, and seeing them coming into this shooting like a 1450, it's like, all right, we need our A game, and we brought our like B+ game, and it's not enough.
Yeah.
And it really is a fine line between feeling like you get up for that match and feeling like, well, we can't afford to make any mistakes. And often I know in that situation, I think I'm thinking positively, and I'm actually wrong.
Yeah. You just see them start to like pull away slowly, and like Jamie has the 2 like great balls in a row that like the ball just deflects, and it's like, watch the other side of the strike. Like, some days it just goes that way. It is what it is.
Yeah, 100%. Well, have a great rest of your day, guys, and we're still here for another hour. So tune in, stick with the live stream if you want. Have a great rest of your day.
All right,
guys.
have fun, everyone.
See you guys.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
You bet.
Christmas, Happy New Year.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
All right, a little bit of bonus coverage for everybody, an extra hour of the 5PL for you.
Who doesn't want an extra hour of us?
Right?
Yeah, fair,
The final
fair.
20% of the day, everybody. We've made it.
That's right.
The sun has already set in Newfoundland, so look at the sky.
Oh, we still have plenty of sunshine out there right now. It's giving me lighting problems.
Oh man, look at this. Interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. All right. Well, without further ado, let's bring in our managers for this last match of the day. So from the Eclipse, we have Natalie Young, and for the Thunder, we have Tyler. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah,
Morning and afternoon.
yeah, pretty much across the board, isn't it?
Evening over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last match of the day, Natalie, the Eclipse, you have 2 matches in, 5 points so far. Looking for match number 4 of your whole season. So just kind of creeping into the mid-season here.
Yeah.
Team, obviously, heartbreaker the last match for you guys. Team's got to be fired up, ready for this last match of the day.
They all had grilled cheese for lunch, and soup. So I'm hoping that's the magic. We're ready to bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. Tyler, obviously Thunder, you only have 1 match today. Obviously, we know to the scheduling, rescheduling issues and stuff like that, but we're happy to have you guys here throwing. And how's the team feeling playing in the mid-afternoon as it is?
At least for like any of our leagues, for any of our bowlers, we do bowl more in the afternoon. So at least this shouldn't matter really to us for the timing. And definitely a thanks for the scheduling, and thanks for the Eclipse to be able to bowl for us today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
No
For sure.
worries. Well, we should probably grab the Eclipse's lineup. One thing, Natalie, just maybe yell at Bailey to get your score camera up, and then give me
is
your
it not
lineup.
on?
Really, get your stuff together, right?
No, it's just
Actually,
it's just
I have
not.
to yell at Kyle. So again, it's Kyle's fault. Kyle does
Oh,
score
no.
cameras.
Kyle.
Every time, I'm telling you.
Oh,
So yeah, score
Winnipeg
camera.
problem.
Yeah. So Natalie, your lineup for the Eclipse.
We're running the same lineup again. So Debbie, Mike, Bailey, Lindsay, and Kyle.
Amazing. And then Tyler for the Thunder.
We got Dustin, Charlene, Kevin, Daryl, Tyler, and on the bench is Sylvia and Caleb.
Amazing. Well, have a great match, guys. Last match of the day. Your next ball is the one that counts. So good luck.
Thanks.
Best
Good
of
luck,
luck,
guys.
Good luck,
everybody.
you guys.
All right. Looks like Kevin's going to get one last practice ball in.
Yeah.
He has a minute 52, according to their machine. But we want to get rocking and rolling. So
Yeah.
Kevin's all warmed up. Let's get this going.
All right, so I know we've talked a little bit about this throughout the stream today about sort of the different ways of thinking about a situation and having a more sort of a scarcity, negative, scared mindset compared to being a little bit more open and positive, having an abundance mindset. I'm actually curious from the other folks with me here today. Yeah, we talk about the importance of being positive. Yeah, we talk about the importance of growth mindset as opposed to fixed mindset. Yada, yada, yada. I get it.
Mhm.
What I'm curious is, what are some of the things that you've done to help you think like that? Or what are some of the things that you do when you notice that the scared thoughts are creeping in?
Mhm.
What do you do to help keep those things at bay?
Well, actually, my first thing is that I'm not all about just be positive, just be positive. Obviously, positivity is very important, but something that it's always ingrained in us. Oh, you got to be positive. You got to be positive. But we've never been taught how to actually just manage those negative emotions, right?
Right.
We have bad shots, we have bad experiences, we have bad losses. Those are all negative emotions, and we can't just, fake them away. So instead, what I do is I recognize that they exist, that they're there in my body. Okay, I understand why they exist. And now I'm going to rationalize why they exist, which allows it to then like flow through my body so that I can get back to
Mhm.
that positive mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's very similar that way. It's about like forgiveness, right? Just like Megan was saying, you know that you're gonna every once in a while you're gonna throw a bad shot, you're gonna do something silly, and just recognizing, okay, that happened. It's gonna happen. Don't dwell on it, and just kind of go, all right, what am I gonna do in my next shot? Because that's the one that really counts.
Yeah, I have kind of the same mindset. You recognize the negativity, and then I look for a possible outlet of how I could correct that negativity where it doesn't hit me next time. And
Hmm.
a lot of people just spin it as like, okay, just remain positive. I think that's a big part of the positivity is like, I can correct this and move on from it, right? It doesn't
Mhm.
have to be always a negative. Like that's always going to be the negative. You can correct it and move it and make it a positive.
I always try to use the analogy of it's like a beach ball that you're pushing down under the water. You can push those negative emotions under the water for a while, but sooner or later they're just going to like bottle up so much that you can't hold it under anymore, and it's going to explode bigger and higher than you can even manage. So instead of pushing it down, just acknowledging that it's there, and by
Mhm.
acknowledging it, it allows it to just dissipate naturally.
Yeah.
I think that's really one of the key observations and ideas in meditation. A lot of people think that meditation's about clearing the mind and having no thoughts, but uh, one of the centerpieces to that particular approach is um, when a thought distracts you, you don't try to push it away. If you just look at the thought and you notice that within a few seconds it sort of dissipates on its own. And it doesn't matter whether it's a good thought or a bad thought, if it's an angry thought or a happy thought. If you have any thought and you notice it and you look at it for a few seconds, it just sort of crumbles away. And I think that the fact that none of these thoughts, in that sense, none of these thoughts are real. They're not ours. They're just happening to us. And if you do nothing, they go away all on their own. You don't need to.
I do want to also say though that not all emotions are just going to go away. Sometimes you need to try and bring yourself back to the present, which is why I talk about grounding techniques so frequently. Those are really important to have also when those emotions are just causing turmoil in you and you can't seem to let it go. Having those grounding techniques that work for you to bring you back to the present, super, super important.
I like that thought. I do. Because you're right. You see it. I coach a lot of kids. So you see it a lot with kids, right? Where coaches are always saying, stay positive, stay positive. I like that idea of having, like you said, Megan, grounding techniques where, okay, all right, what are you going to do to bring you back into the present, which is where you need to be right now, right?
I
It's
think this
something
is
that
an
I
area.
teach so regularly when I coach mental prep. It's something that we don't often think about, especially in a high pressure situation. We don't have time to just sit and
Mhm.
meditate for 45 minutes and let those things go away.
Yeah.
And when those emotions get the better of you, it's so easy to go down this spiraling rabbit hole. So to be able to bring you back to that present moment, because realistically, that's the only thing that we can control. We can't control what's happened in the past. We have no control over the future. The only thing we can control is right this moment in time. So bringing us back to the present will allow us to be able to focus on the only thing that we can control.
And I think this is one of the areas in which coaching is really changing, is improving, and one of the areas where there was a notable weakness in prior decades was especially for kids. I mean, I can remember 14-year-old me reacting to somebody saying stay positive with, first of all, are you crazy? And second, how am I supposed to do that? And so understanding better how to actually cultivate optimism or present moment thinking, that's really where the skills lie. Not only being able to do it for ourselves, but able to give people tools so that they can do it for themselves. And yeah, it doesn't have to be a 45-minute meditation in the middle of bowling, as you say. A little difficult to do, but that's part of the reason why we do it away from bowling, so that
100%.
Three breaths can be enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
And no matter what
it's
the
like
situation,
it's like going to the gym.
Yeah.
You're not just going to be able to lift 500 pounds out of nowhere.
Right.
The reason you go to the gym is to develop that strength over time so that it doesn't take as much effort to be able to lift that weight. And it's the same thing when it comes to mental prep. The more practice you do off the lanes, the easier it is to control everything on the lanes.
Such as getting string pulls like that one Charlene's done in her 3-pin spare.
And a really important example of what we're talking about, a rough start for Charlene and, a suboptimal shot in 2. I mean, a 3-pin.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of redeeming qualities from it. So it's really easy to get discouraged when 4 of 4 shots have not been at your target. But to throw a great ball like that, get a great reaction, that takes a lot of fortitude.
Yes.
And hopefully it's going to give a little bit of fire and confidence in her going into the next frame and the frames beyond.
Right. And what was good about that wasn't the spare, it was the good shot. The spare is the nice bonus. But what was good about that was the good shot that was on target. And I think this is an area where, again, especially young folks maybe have a right to get frustrated, because I can imagine someone throwing that 3-pin shot and hearing that's okay and thinking to themselves, no, it isn't. What are you talking about? But when we say that's okay, we're not trying to say, oh, it doesn't matter. We're trying to say, go to the next shot, go to the next shot. And that's where I find that some combination of grounding and present moment thinking is especially important, not only to practice, but to ingrain in young folks.
Yeah.
Yelling at them, it's okay, is a pleasant impulse, but I don't think ultimately it's very helpful.
No.
But hey, next ball, the ball in your hand.
Yep.
That sucks. Go to the next one.
So for anyone watching, if this is something that sounds like is a struggle for you, reach out to your coaches.
Yes.
Talk to them, talk to people in the community. They can point you in the direction. There's a ton of resources and a ton of people with a lot of experience that can help you out in exactly that way.
And there's a bunch of different ways to get there. The really nice thing is
100%.
that not everyone is going to, you need to try on a bunch of different ways to get there. That's why I wanted to ask the question, is because we kind of agree on the goal.
Yeah.
We are all in agreement about present moment thinking and optimism over positivity. But some people swear by meditation, some people swear by breathing, some people swear by ideas from cognitive behavioral therapy. There are a bunch of ways to get there, and it's try a bunch of things and see what seems to fit with your mind.
Yeah,
exactly. I say that all the time, especially when I'm coaching. I could tell people the things that I prefer the most, but I always say give a few different things to try. If anyone ever has seen me bowl at any time, everyone knows I'm a big fan of the breath. So obviously that's what works for me, and for a lot of other people it works as well, but not to force anything unless it feels beneficial and more natural for you.
Find what works for you.
100%.
And you might pull from different, I find that just in coaching too, you see how different people approach things, and and you realize that one way is not going to work for everybody, and so you need to adapt, and bowlers need to understand that about themselves too, that just because something works for somebody else, you might find a different way to make that speak to you so that you're able to use that in the moment.
There's no cookie cutters in sports.
Exactly.
Ask them why they do it. Ask them what they get out of it. Oh, that sounds interesting. What about that feels good to you? And that is the magic question that will help you find the thing that's going to work for you.
Well, the Eclipse have definitely found what works for them. They're off to a great start.
Yeah.
A bunch of strikes, a bunch of spares. Bailey's still on the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
and
surprising.
Debbie is now getting the strikes to fall that weren't falling for her earlier today. So
yeah, fantastic.
Lindsay's still on the middle.
Yeah.
Kyle's still on the middle.
If you're just tuning in, Lindsay had 11 strikes in a row spanning over 2 games. A ton of bombs from her today.
Yeah.
At one point, 13 strikes and 16 frames, and the other 3 were punches.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
a bomb from Kevin.
Thunder now starting to hit the middle with regularity. Since that 3-pin from Charlene in the second, they have not missed. And both sides are certainly looking like they've warmed up and are ready to go. It's only the 3rd miss for Lindsay today?
Yep.
3 matches.
1 in each match. And yes, so both sides just sort of getting back into the flow of things here a bit.
Yeah. Ooh. A little bit of struggles there on the Thunder side, but this is their only match today.
Yes.
Eclipse.
I was just thinking exactly the same. Eclipse has already had a chance to throw some huge games. This is game 1 for the Thunder, and at a little bit of an odd time. I know Tyler was saying that they bowl in the afternoon a lot, but still a tiny bit of a different time for them.
Sure.
And one thing that goes with the present moment thinking is that in situations like this, even when you do that well, all of a sudden you look up and you're in the 5th frame. You wonder what happened.
Yeah.
It's not magic. It's the thing that's going to give you the best chance. Oh,
yep.
Tyler with a little derisive self-congratulations there. So I sort of did a thing. It's fine. Whatever. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is actually, I think this is the first match we've seen today where one side has taken a non-trivial lead early.
Mm-hmm.
And even still, it's not a substantial lead by any means.
Oh, good break there for Debbie.
That's fantastic.
And a great count on that double.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, looked like maybe he was going to get that push.
But again, Eclipse have just been steady. It hasn't always been enough, but they've been steady, and looks like they're getting a little bit better rewarded now than they were earlier in the
as a team, they've come together really well. Obviously, being led by Kyle Young, averaging over 300 today. I believe his first match was 296. Second, 3. Oh my goodness! I only just remember the head pin hole in 10.
Yeah.
I want to say it was 311 after 9. Maybe it was 316.
Yeah, I think it was up around there.
I think we all stopped paying attention.
Over 300. Averaging over 300 today. So and off to a great start as well. I mean, thank you for saving us, Carrie.
Yes.
No problem.
I think we were all in the same spot going, oh, he was having a really good game, and then that 10th frame, but
Charlene unable to carry the good shots forward yet, still a little bit off.
Mike not running away from her though.
Indeed.
No.
When you throw 4 frames like that and you look up and you're down by a ball, there's nothing. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. There's nothing else to think other than this hasn't hurt me so far.
Yeah, here's actually a really prime example too. I feel like as competitive bowlers, the things we're always playing for is the score. We want the score like for ourselves, you know, for our confidence.
Beautiful
But
shot.
we also have to remember like you're not getting bonus points for throwing big scores and losing, right?
Yes.
Ultimately, the points you get are for the matches that you win.
Yes.
So if you're Mike or Charlene right now with 63 and 56 respectively, like you're like, this is a rough start. This is not going great. But instead of having that negativity, that's when you need to try and reframe those thoughts and be like, oh, I'm still in the match.
In my match.
I'm, you know, only a couple of points away from my match.
This is
Try
where
and help
being able
develop that own confidence from being like, man, I was not doing so great and I'm still in my match. I got this.
Absolutely. This is where being able to do mental arithmetic is a real detriment, because you're going to project. You're going to look at where, you know, this is what I've got used to saying now. Oh no, I'm doing arithmetic. I'm in trouble. Like instead of focusing on throwing the next shot, there's a part of my brain that wants to figure out, well, at this pace, blah, blah, blah. Nope. You know, one of the things that, one of the things that makes bowling difficult and interesting is that it really is the only thing that matters is how much score is left. If you're looking at the results, all that matters is what's the maximum score from here and how close to that can I get and what has come from before. And it doesn't matter if it's 4 strikes or 63 through 4. It means nothing.
Oof.
We've already seen Kyle start a game like this.
Yep.
And as I recall, it was punch in 5 to break the pattern. Oh, right there.
Oh, I love that.
It's so nice when you let go of it and you already know.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, Kyle will not have another 10 frame like he had.
Definitely not.
He's too intense, too motivated to let that keep him down.
And so now a 100, well, closer to maybe an 80 pin lead right now for Eclipse going into the 5th frame. Thunder have a chance to jump on that double and strike and spare and close the gap. And I suspect that's going to be very important to them. Oh, yes.
Oh, those are probably the best strikes, honestly.
That's when we need instant replay here.
Yeah.
You have that, what a little roller coaster, right? You have that moment of, oh, I felt okay about that shot. And you're like, oh, okay, I left the corner. And then it goes down and you just like, you're elated.
Yeah. So yes, again, grounding, present moment thinking. This is all Thunder can do right now. A little bit of shrugging, a little bit of what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's a little sign of that scarcity mindset I was talking about earlier. Yep. Why didn't I get it? Why is it happening to me? That kind of thinking just does not work.
And you can just see it in her body language.
Yeah, she wants out.
Yeah.
Get me out of there. Not
There's
feeling
Tyler
it.
texting the pull.
Yeah. And that is definitely the kind of situation where I don't want to come out, but I'm not going to argue.
Yeah.
I'm always going to want to stay in there and fight, but I'm definitely not going to feel unjustly treated in that situation.
So that's Sylvia going in for Charlene.
And now here's Thunder's best chance to give themselves
some
reasons to smile going into the break. Kevin has thrown 2 excellent shots in a row. Even the left corner pin was a very good shot.
And Bailey, I'm pretty sure he's just playing alphabet soup at this point.
Yeah.
I think he's had every single middle hit that you can have.
I can think of one that I don't think he's had.
I haven't seen it yet.
I was gonna say, I think Kelsey had one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. He hasn't.
I'm not gonna say
I'll
what
say
it is.
He hasn't had aces yet.
Oh, Oh, I thought he did have aces.
Couple of splits, but not
Yeah.
aces yet.
Oh, and like the weird 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, right. The split is just aces that wasn't quite aces. So Kevin managed the spare there. That's really keeping the Thunder's hopes alive. Daryl and Tyler can jump on top of these marks, then that is tough. It really is going to be up to Tyler to help keep the Thunder within 100 going into the break.
I always hate these graphics. They're like,
oh, double
yeah.
chance, Smith. Thank you for
You're like,
rubbing it in.
thank you. No, I'm well aware. Thank you.
We're talking
I
about
had
getting
no
over
idea. Thank
negative
you for that
thoughts, and
one.
it's just
Yeah.
pumping you full of negative
Exactly.
thoughts.
Yeah. The console's like, go ahead, try and stay positive.
Yeah, good luck.
Ooh, I'm going to tell you how much you
Daryl, get
missed.
a Kyle.
Did a Brandon
Daryl,
Smith.
actually, Daryl did a Brandon Smith.
Oh, did a Brandon. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, didn't Kyle do that in the first match of the 10? 5 hole?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. But that's all right. We focus on the positives.
That's right.
2018. That is not a formula for success.
No.
Talk to himself just a little bit, get up there, throw the ball.
Obviously, Tyler had a great season last year, making the WCBT Tour Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Big part of the Thunder team, him and Kevin. But yeah, we got 566 for the Eclipse through the first half. You're going to have a decent lead.
460.
460.
Yeah. Still lots of bowling to come, though.
Yeah,
so
as we are well aware.
Exactly.
All right, last commercial, last half of this match.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centres across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending, all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.
Right now, we're ready to see if these substitutions can bear fruit for the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
If they can jump on these spares and get back into this match.
In the last 10% of today's stream.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
See, just like that. It was nothing.
It's not a line. I really feel like this has gone by.
So fast.
Yeah, it has. We've had like lots of great bowling to watch today, and that probably made it a lot easier. It's so exciting.
Yes. Lots
And
of
if that tells us
finishes to
close
lean forward
matches.
for.
and that
Makes
and
our
that
job
right there,
so easy.
yeah, tells you that, even though a team is down in the first half of a match, how many times have we seen it today, right? Where the other team just comes back and makes a real match out of it.
Well, even though Debbie hasn't exactly been scoring monsters, I think that's the first time I've seen her miss twice in the same frame. She's been so rock steady this entire day. All right, Sylvia's first full frame in this match.
Big push from Mike. I couldn't tell if the corner pin went, but clearly it pushed enough.
Right, a break like that,
given him
the outside
the
of the frame
advantage. Yeah, it's definitely given him the advantage now in this match.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it is tough. I mean, it's no secret. I've been the person struggling like this that other people have found tough to watch. It's not fun to see, and it's not fun to be the one doing it.
No.
And this is when you find out what kind of a player you are, what kind of a person you are. How do you carry yourself through struggles like this? And can you find a way to genuinely feel okay with what's going on? You don't want to deny how badly it's going, but this is sometimes how it goes. And
yeah,
at this point, all you have is your effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Kevin's so solid there in the middle. Like, you kind of hope that
one minor imprecision, and that's been it for Kevin so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin's been solid. Like last year, he played really good. He's averaging 259 this season. Like, he's like I said at the start of this, he's a big part of the team. He's a reason they're still there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I forgot about Caleb. And he's got that really high.
Yes. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Equally fun.
Kyle is going for the 300 this time. And I'll tell you what, how about we got to find some bonus. If Kyle can manage to throw this 300 and all the spares are right corner spares, there's got to be some kind of a word for that.
Yeah, I was saying equally entertaining to watch is Kyle with the fist pumps, knowing that right corner pin's going down.
Yeah. That's what happens when you throw the ball that straight. Every single pin shot. Ooh, that's a nice little break for Tyler.
Yeah.
It's in this moment that you feel like after he's done that back-to-back frames, he's probably like, man, I need to figure this out. A little break like that 7 count, maybe that gives him a little positive energy.
Yeah. And it's again, double-edged sword. You could think of it as, oh my God, if it weren't for Kevin, we'd be screwed right now. Like we would be completely way out of it. Or, hey, doesn't matter who made it happen. It doesn't matter how many, we're down 150, not 250. There's time left. Let's go.
Yeah.
Because realistically, all that is a few marks put together.
Yes. Yep. 3 doubles makes that look a lot different.
Yep.
And it's on the Eclipse to jump on these 3 strikes. They might not. Don't know. Meantime, again, Debbie just continuing this onslaught,
Oh.
steadiness.
Mhm.
Oh,
There's her.
Yeah. And because we've been talking so much about mental game today, like when your team as a whole might be struggling a little bit, does that make it harder to be in the moment, right?
Yeah.
Does it make it more difficult to go, okay, no, I'm not gonna feed off of it's as easy as it is to feed off of good energy, it's just as easy to feed off of that bad energy or that disappointment, right?
yes.
I guess it depends. It depends how you take it. Do you take it as, oh, I need to be the person to right the ship, or
Mm-hmm.
oh my God, I'm with my team. Like I need to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Beautiful ball.
I always say, like, it's easy when things are going well, right?
Yep.
Bowling is so easy when things are going well. It's when there's struggle or when there's hardship or when there's, a battle to be fought that things get really tricky. And that's where that mental prep is coming in. The mental prep obviously benefits you in those
Mhm.
times of success. But more than anything, it's actually there to keep you from spiraling out of control. Because when you're struggling or when you're down pretty substantially in a match, it's really easy to just kind of throw in the towel mentally, right? So that's where
Mhm.
that prep is actually coming in to
Yeah.
benefit you the most.
And so I know that you can try to spend your time retreating into yourself, thinking, well, if I can do more to improve my own chances, I'm going to help my team out.
Mhm.
Or you can go the other way and try to help them. And
Yeah.
this is where, if the for me, this is where you're really relying on the time that you spent with these folks, not actually bowling. Where you can have had those conversations. If you're trying to show yourself as a support person for the first time during a match, that might fall flat.
Mhm.
But if your team knows that you've been there for them, away from the lanes, in the conversations between matches, going out for dinner together, whatever it is, that's going to be a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
And it's especially hard with folks who do need to travel a long way to be there, where the group maybe doesn't get a chance to spend a lot of time away from
Mhm.
to develop that mutual support feeling. And then when you try to help them during a match like this, that's where conflict is likely to arise.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I'm trying to lick my wounds, or
Mhm.
get out of here with that toxic positivity nonsense, whatever the Kyle punching on his fair again, this time a couple of breaks later. But I believe after that he shot a double last time, so it might just be the release valve he needed.
Tyler with a matching head pin.
Yeah.
And again, you can think of this as I'm missing all my chances, or just this is how it has to start sometimes.
Then again, it's hard not to think that when the scoreboard is telling you all the time about how
Absolutely.
you're missing
Yeah.
chances.
Yeah, right. You've missed your chance again.
That's what I mean when I tell these kids that the pins are liars and the score only determines how they hand out the money at the end. It doesn't tell you how well you bowl. There are other factors at play. And yet, after all this, he's only down 59.
Yeah.
It could be so much worse.
Yeah, focus on that.
And 135 for him and 75 for Kyle. He wins by 1.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's boring to just keep hearing the same thing over and over again. Keep going, keep going. But that's kind of what makes it the secret weapon.
Mm-hmm.
If you're able to actually take that message seriously and use it, what a competitive advantage that is for you.
Yeah.
Over most people who are, hey, we're all human. We all get frustrated. We all get annoyed.
Good half by Dustin.
But apparently not Debbie. Debbie just keeps going. Never happens. Then
Yeah.
he just keeps going.
Corner pins all day for her.
Yeah.
A little bit of unfortunate misses here the last two, but still 200 through 8 and in a commanding position in her match. And the Eclipse at this point are really just trying to win a one game, remain steady, push it over the finish line.
Yeah.
Cool. Was hoping that Sylvia would be able to cover that half.
So that actually does lead me to another, maybe a slightly more difficult question, which is, how do you know you've lost it? We've all been in those situations where just like the brain has no more to give. You know, the present moment thinking is not working. I just have no spoons left. What's the signal to you? What do you feel or what do you notice about yourself that gives you the feeling of like, I don't think I have anything more today? Or does that just not happen to you?
Oh, it happens.
In my head, it doesn't, because I always know that things are very close. For me, I usually try to focus on, rather than, oh, what is it that I'm doing wrong, or oh, this is bad, I try to always take myself back and just strip it back down to basics. So I actually had a question recently that was like, what's a score in the 5th frame that's like, oh, I'm doing well, or, you know, a 5th frame score that's like, ugh, I'm in trouble. And I always say there's no score.
No.
Because to me, I'm like, I'm just going to strip it back and, you know, keep battling on, because I know that I'm more than capable of putting together like solid executions. I'm more than capable of bouncing back and saving games or saving matches. So I actually, unless I'm like physically incapable, like I have an injury, or, you know, I'm like physically, I just actually can't bowl at all. There's never a moment for me that I'm like, I'm down and out.
Mine just usually happens at league. And it's usually after, if you've had a really long day, let's say, you know, a really taxing day at work mentally, that's where I'll find where I just can't find I just can't grasp onto the mental part of my game. And then I would just remind myself, okay, well, it's league. It doesn't usually happen too much in tournaments. In tournaments, it's easier for me to stay the course and just keep plugging away at things, even if things are a bit difficult.
Yeah, great thought to have.
I've definitely found the same thing, that especially now that I've been playing all these events for the last 2 years, I've really noticed what a huge difference there is in my willingness to keep going in any tournament situation compared to in league. I find it so easy now to just lose my willingness to put the effort in play. Whereas, you know, I can be in the I have been in the middle of a bunch of shifts where I'm averaging 190, and there's nothing that matters to me. I mean, I might be crying inside, but there's nothing that matters more to me than giving my best effort on this next ball.
Yeah.
And fighting through that feeling of it's over. And that's another thing that's really changed, is I can recognize that I have no chance of turning this ship around as far as the score goes. And yet there's literally nothing else for me to do. Unless I'm ready to walk out the door, or as Megan said, unless I physically cannot deliver the ball, then there's literally nothing to do except figure out what to do on the next shot.
Yep, and just keep going. Keep working it.
Yeah. And when I feel like I have no idea what's going on, then what I end up retreating to is just, okay, well, the one thing I know how to do is breathe. Like I can feel like a complete idiot out there trying to deliver a ball, but I know how to breathe. And I know that when I breathe well, everything else has a better chance of working. So, hey, good news. All I have to do is breathe. All I have to do is breathe, and I know how to do that. Meantime,
There is-
things are unfortunately not getting better for the Thunder.
No.
They're 200 pins behind, and they are not showing a lot of signs of coming out of it.
No.
So now we have to look at some individual matches which are not done yet, and this is one of them. One of the nice things about being in a low-scoring match is a double can be enough. A double out of nowhere can be enough to win the match. So let's see what Sylvia has here. A momentary out-of-body experience can be enough to win this match.
Definitely wouldn't mind the occasional out-of-body experience.
Unfortunately,
Bailey's still just absolutely crushing the head
Yeah.
though.
Kevin now has a good opportunity to stay in there and make that a fun finish.
Yep.
And Tyler's striking 8. You know, he's again, nothing is done. All right.
Did she just pull out a strike? She did too.
Yeah.
I was like, was that a split? And I was like, no, that's a strike.
Nice to see the scattered break over there. I know there's been a ton of corner pins for the entire Eclipse team.
Yep.
And for this guy especially, my goodness, but he's putting on a masterclass of how to keep him spared.
Oh,
Kevin
Kevin
stays
has
close to
struck.
Bailey.
So yes, there we are.
There's the match.
That's going to be a fun finish. And Kyle has opened the door ever so slightly. So Kyle can get to 295. Tyler can still get to 261. It wouldn't take that much. But it is unfortunate for Tyler that the time for mistakes is over.
Yeah.
He's going to need the next 3 strikes to have any chance. One at a time.
On a solid 9th frame for the Eclipse. I know they're well ahead in this match, but still great to have such a solid foundation frame heading into that final frame of the match and the final frame of the day.
Did we ever think we were going to get here?
This morning,
I can't believe it's over.
But
I can't believe it's almost over. When's the next match?
We could just do this all day long.
5 hours felt really daunting, but we're sitting here 4:45, and I'm wondering where the 4.5 hours went.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, and unfortunately, Tyler's 5 kind of.
Yes, so now
the state of that.
Now we are looking at 231 maximum, not anymore. That one's out of reach. So now we're looking at Lindsay and Kevin. And Sylvia has an outside shot at picking a pocket.
But all eyes are definitely going to be on that third match between Bailey and Kevin.
Yeah.
And really all eyes should be on Debbie just throwing some more boring pocket shots. Some are corners, some are strikes. But otherwise, I think
she's been
unbelievably steady performance. Just the epitome of very good.
Yeah, her scores are not really an indication of how well she's been playing today. She's been throwing so well, and the scores just haven't been showing how well she's been throwing today.
No.
I think this is one. There are a bunch of reasons why it would be nice to adapt Specto to 5-pin bowling and to get some of this stats cast style information. Yeah. But I think one of the things that I'm the most interested in is sort of the total distance away from target. And I think if we could measure the total distance away from target, I think Debbie would be one of the leaders right now. Forget about whether the pins go down or not, but measured just in terms of how far away from our target she's been all day, it's a level of accuracy that I can only aspire to.
It's definitely something I think that we can consider implementing, or at least trying to see a little bit of statistics from. I know there's more than a few programs out there. Case in point, my partner is he owns a baseball training facility and has so many tools that do the same thing when you're in terms of pitches and throwing the ball. And I think it'd be relatively easily adaptable to bowling. So definitely could be something that we could consider implementing into training or into broadcasts. Might be a little bit tricky, but I think it'd be kind of cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the sort of the harnesses that you can wear to get information. I mean, even one thing that would be amazing would be heart rate monitors.
Yeah.
If we could have live heart rates, that would be telling on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Oh.
Well, if you had to choose, would you rather have a live heart rate monitor or a microphone?
I'll go Mike.
Yeah. Megan's like, count me out of the heart rate. Thank you very much.
I can like consciously manage what I'm saying and or like thinking. I can't control that
big
thing
shot
though.
by Bailey.
Big shot by Bailey right here to put some pressure on Kevin to stay right with him. A difference of 5 going into 10th frame.
Oh,
strike for
Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin matches.
Yeah.
And we have a match.
Yes, we do.
Looks like Bailey's taking a more deliberate pace, so we're going to get to see Kevin's shot first here in the second shot in 10.
And he gets
and a punch.
Head pin.
Oh man.
Wow.
Good news. No sweep today.
No.
Good news.
Alpine rescuing a point for his team.
Yeah.
And in the 3 matches that we saw Bailey play, he did not miss the middle once.
No.
Yeah.
No. He was just so solid on the middle.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That spare with no letters on it, that was 12.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's now the biggest miss we've seen from Lindsay
That was
today.
a very uncharacteristic throw for her today. Like
overly loose arm right there.
But I also feel like there's obviously we're trying for every single point that we can get, every single shot that we can get. But when both the team match and the individual match is over, I feel like your focus will wane just a little bit.
Sure.
It's just kind of natural. Obviously not what we're trying to do, but it just happens.
Yeah. And at least it happens when it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When it's not going to affect the outcome. There's no influence at all. What performance for Lindsay Christensen today.
Yeah.
That was a joy to watch. It's absolutely fantastic. Narrowly missed becoming the second 5PL bowler to throw 12 consecutive strikes.
Yeah.
Really an amazing performance.
But as Megan mentioned before, the women were so strong today. Like, it was just an absolute joy to watch.
Such great performances. And it's so nice to see a lot more women being highlighted in the sport, because we're fortunate enough that this is one of the few sports that, biological advantages don't necessarily have that much at play. Obviously there are some advantages, being able to be bigger and taller and stronger. But the women can compete just as well against the men, and it's so nice to see them show up.
Yeah.
And that will do it for today's broadcast, this match.
Wow.
What a day.
To 983. Certainly the biggest difference we've seen today.
For sure. All right. So 7-1 for the Eclipse. Let's bring in our managers to round out this evening. Or this evening for some people, this afternoon for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Natalie off the
Oh, yeah.
It is pitch black.
I noticed the lighting in here got better. I guess there's no sun. That's great.
Natalie, obviously, a good finish for the Eclipse, the 7-1 win.
Yep.
Kind of rounds out your day to keep you around that 500 mark. So
Yes.
a good day to get to the midfield. And Tyler with the Thunder, that was just your 4th match of the season. Obviously, this match didn't go the way you guys wanted, but you're still hovering around that 400 mark as well. So still plenty of season left and lots of room to get more points later.
Yeah.
I wish we put a better matchup against for our whole team. We definitely struggle as a team.
Yeah.
I think Kyle was saying this is he wanted payback against you for TPC. So
Thanks, Kyle, for throwing that in there for the losing match.
Fair enough. Obviously, you guys are both 4 games into the season, so I'm not sure. Are either of your teams playing next week?
we're playing. We've got 2 next week. So
Perfect.
and we have
All right.
Bradford back. So I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we'll see you before the Christmas break, Tyler. We won't see you, so have a great Christmas break, and we'll let our managers go for the day. Good bowling, guys.
Merry
Thank
Christmas,
you.
guys.
Have a
Great
Merry
job,
Christmas
guys.
and Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
See you guys. All right. And
We
last to
did
say
it,
is
guys.
Yeah.
We
yes,
did
crushed
it.
it.
No
Yes,
breaks or
crushed it.
anything.
Absolutely.
No breaks or anything.
Anybody needs to step away for an hour, just go ahead and do it. And no.
No.
Just crush it out. Crush
We're
it
here
out.
for the day.
Well, all right. Well, if I don't see you guys or talk to you before Christmas break, have a great Christmas.
You too.
Thanks
You
again for
as
sitting
well.
for 5 hours, and have a great one. Have a great
Yeah,
rest of your
It was
day.
4 hours.
Merry
and
Christmas,
Take care,
guys.
everyone.
Fine.
Fair. All right. Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Cargill is proud to be supporting a truly Canadian sport like 5-pin bowling. We look forward to watching some great competition from many competitors and bowling centers across our country. With hundreds of locations across Canada, Cargill is committed to helping the Canadian farmer thrive. Whether it is selling commodities, getting agronomic advice, fertilizer needs, crop protection, and marketing expertise, Cargill is here to help. So please enjoy this bowling. Thank you.
Financial freedom begins with financial literacy.
Hi, I'm Dave, and I'm thrilled to be a sponsor. My journey began as a teacher because of my deep passion for education. I brought that same passion into the financial world to help families achieve financial freedom. Financial freedom isn't just about having more, it's about knowing more. That's why I'm here to help you make smart decisions with insurance, investing, and lending all in one place. I'm Dave, and together we'll help you achieve financial freedom.